everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here for what will be the concluding session, one way or another, I swear to God, to the Sentinel Festival and the soft ending of Act 1. There'll be one more session after this that is some downtime and some sort of epilogue-esque things for Act 1. I know that's not how epilogues work, but if Rockstar can do it, so can I. We will go ahead and dive into all that ooey gooey juiciness here in a bit, but first we have to summarize what happened last time. Also, thank you, Duke and Drea, for the subs. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. So Ryan, with that, take it away.
Right.
Oh, my sick
Act
shirt,
1,
by the way. This is Shadow the Hedgehog. It says Dungeon Master. I got this airbrushed, custom. This wasn't on a rack anywhere. I instructed them to make this, by the way. So, now you can go, Ryan.
Please clap on
Thanks.
in the comments.
Okay. Act 1, Chapter 3, Recrudescence. The session opens with the next trial, where each contestant must explore a labyrinth of caves to find a unique pendant for themselves. The trial begins with each contestant going out and eventually returning. However, Bjorn is attacked by members of the dragon cult that attacked the heirs weeks ago. Bjorn shares this message with the king's hand once everyone departs. Davian reports to the heirs, informing them that Talon has actually been resting in bed, apparently having harmed himself in the morning with his own blade on accident. Edwin attempts to magically heal the wound, but the magic does not take no matter how many times they try. Talon reveals that magical healing has never had an effect on him, and he seems particularly weak as he speaks with the fears about the events of the tournament. Even the head of the Church of Unity is unable to heal Talon, though wants to have some of his people run some tests on Talon to see what they can find. With that done, the heirs decide to start their round of personal interviews with each contestant, trying to see what they can learn about them and question them about some of the rumors Davian spoke to them. Garrett is first, opening up about his experience in the festival and how he could be doing better. He assures the heirs that he will continue to serve Adaria whether he wins or loses. When questioned about his stint with necromancy, he acknowledges that it was a skill he picked up in order to better fight against the undead, and assures them that there was no other motivation. Brenna joins them next, opening up about how she feels the challenges have not been well suited to make use of her knowledge of extraplanar entities. She also acknowledges that she might not be interested in the position anymore, as she believes that there's too much ceremony around it, and it might prevent her from doing the good that she wishes to provide for the world. Brenna also acknowledges that she keeps a small amount of Fey spiders alive because of their connection to the Feywild and their ability to allow her to connect to a small part of her of her deceased brother. Bjorn comes in next, and there is much discussion about his abilities and his loyalty to the Serpent's Grove, creating tensions between Xanthi and Kaelin. Bjorn also tells Kaelin that Davian was correct, that several others escorted Kaelin to Crown's Rest, but Bjorn had to kill them once they learned of Kaelin's heritage and tried to kill her first. Lastly, Victor comes into the heirs to the heirs for questioning, learning a great deal about his movements as a spy and his connections to watch the royal family. He acknowledges that he knows about the heirs' time at Serwyn Keep and about the shepherd who was there as well, the same man that attacked Edwin just a few days ago. Victor also opens up about the spy that he believes they can capture, saying that he is sloppy and constantly follows Edwin, but also checks in on Talon's room. Victor also acknowledges that Edwin has relations with Astrid and that Freya is likely his daughter. Victor is eventually dismissed, with the heirs still uncertain on whether or not he should be trusted.
Precisely. Thank you so much. So, with that, we're going to pick up right as the next person is entering. No need to delay any further. The next person to enter the private, what is the private dining hall of House Falkrest within your ancestral home of Skyhaven is Thalia, the contestant who is fighting to become Sentinel from Elysia. So as she enters, here we go. She will give all of you a very short but respectful bow as she enters. And and she will approach the chair and say, "May I sit?" And
Please.
with a few nods, she'll take a seat across the table from all of you. And if I recall correctly, the main question that you guys asked initially to get the conversation rolling was, how do you feel about your performance so far, where you've succeeded and where you have failed, right? That was the main thing?
Yeah, and like what
And
you
also
think of the
their
other
opinions on the others.
Ah,
Yeah.
their opinions on the others. Okay. Thalia, she'll think for a moment. Intentional in her responses, always. She will... I will say that I do think, in terms of my performance, while I have been satisfied in many great strides with what I've been able to accomplish here, I fear as though there have been areas where I have struggled more than I would have thought. The one that comes to mind immediately is that of the trial we just endured in the tunnels beneath Skyhaven. I know that it was not part of the writing of the rules or what was originally proposed, but I can't help but feel some modicum of shame for not retrieving the right idol, but for not returning almost at all. And on top of that, endangering individuals, innocent people on the exterior. I just wasn't... I don't think I was fully prepared for there to be not only monsters within those halls, but people as well.
You aren't the only one who's made comment about others being down there. Could you expand a little bit more on that?
It was on my way out. I had stumbled across a group of individuals. They were already dead. Their bodies seared in some way, either through flame or otherwise. When I found them, I was taken aback that there were other humans down in these halls that had been killed. I assumed that perhaps they were criminals that were put down here for additional challenge, but they were a uniform almost, wearing all similar clothing, but upon investigation I didn't see any symbols or ideology or iconography that would lead me to believe that they were connected in any way. But it was due to my lingering there that some of the beasts were able to track me down, and then on top of that there were other, at least I believe, humanoids that from the shadows tried to subdue me. I was not able to catch them, I was not able to fight back, I just had to run. But they injured me enough to delay my exit. I thought that it had been part of the trial.
Just to clarify, all the cultists that we've encountered so far, they've been branded, right?
Correct, yeah.
Like,
And they had
physically
the
branded.
they had like the wooden masks and they had the marks on them of the sort of three.
Yeah. I'm just like,
claws.
things to be taken off, but for the brands themselves to not be there feels
Yeah.
a bit sus. Okay.
Well, double checking here because maybe I'm misremembering. She said they were like burned to death, or like they were just like burned really badly. So I mean, she's not talking about just like one brand. Like this is like someone cast a fireball on them. Almost is kind of how she's saying it.
Yeah, like they were seared in some way. That was the exact reason she used.
As far as we know, we've never seen Bjorn fight with fire, correct? Because he's the only other one that we know that has encountered these guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so keeping in mind that's weird. And also the fact that she just volunteered that there was no symbols and iconography, which I feel like is a weird thing to say. Can I sense that maybe she's hiding or being deceptive about what she's saying?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Because something's not adding up here. Balls. Alright, well.
Balls. Yeah, as far as you can tell, she's telling the truth.
Okay. I don't know what to do with that, gang.
That's alright.
But that is, I believe, the only trial where I truly faltered. But it was a lesson for me to keep in mind for the future. The other trials, I feel as though I have either excelled in or I have given it the very best effort I could. One of the things that we Elysians, we try to do is everything is a moment for learning, in successes and in failures. And so even in those few failures I have had, and in the many victories I have had, I look to each one and I ask myself what I could have done differently, either to succeed more or to prevent failure. The other contestants, I have nothing negative to say about any of them, truthfully. I wish that this world was kinder to men like Astarius and Bjorn. I can see it on their faces, not just in their eyes, but it's something I can sense within them. Many of you Adarians have it as a part of you, your home being so cruel. But for them it is different.
Well, thank you for your honesty.
Of course.
I am Joe, and maybe because it's been a minute, I don't really remember. I'm looking at her secret. She's been diagnosed with something, a progressively magical instability.
Her master, the person who trained her.
Oh, okay. I was like, murder. All right. And we found out that that's someone that Talon knew.
Yes, so the person who trained her is a sphinx. And when Talon adventured in Elysia for a very brief period of time, he was accused of stealing something. And apparently the two of them got into a fight. The details of it, inconclusive. Talon says that he just escaped, but apparently what the letter leads... What Davian's research led him to believe was that something Talon did cause some type of magical curse on that sphinx.
Okay. Just trying to figure out how to ask that.
Yeah.
What's your deal? No, I'm just kidding.
Via was gonna suggest that, because she does want to just talk to Thalia one-on-one. I was gonna ask what's her opinion of her parents, obviously. Like, I know everyone's dad. So if we don't know another way to like ask about this directly, I could kind of scoop that in when I talk to her one-on-one.
That sounds good.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
it would. I guess, do you want it to just be a little one-on-one combo?
Yes, just because of how secretive and like close to the chest the Elysian people are, and they've been so coy already with the dinner. I thought this might get us a more authentic kind of answer. That was my thought process. So unless someone else thinks that's a bad idea.
If it
Edwin-
express that, then yeah.
Edwin does have a
Okay.
question before
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Before we do that, okay.
Yeah, before you guys separate. As you guys are kind of looking to each other, like looking at
Yeah, I mean, I
Octavia.
also have a question as well. I just wanted to make sure because I
Oh, okay.
imagine Via would have shared this with us earlier, so I didn't want to overstep.
Yeah, probably that she wanted to. Yeah.
Edwin will kind of lean forward and he'll say, I do have a question, though, Thalia. It is not strange to our home that sometimes there are Elysians who come here, they stay here for some time, and then there is a sort of homesickness that they experience. An overwhelming desire to return home. I understand it. Elysia seems like a beautiful place, but is there any confirmation that you can give us that that wouldn't happen to you? You would be the protector of our realm, and, well, it seems like pertinent information if you would need to take, I don't know, vacations to Elysia once a year. Yes. I have been known to travel far from the shores of Elysia during my time. Even when I was still training, I would venture off to the archipelagos to visit those towns, help those people. I love Elysia with all of my heart and soul and spirit, but there is a great deal of help that the world needs. And I don't like to look at it as if I am leaving Elysia behind, but I am bringing a part of Elysia with me. If I can help people feel a sliver of the peace that I would feel at home in their lands, then it is worth it for me. I am planting seeds in nations that do not have Elysian trees. Very good. I have nothing else.
Suppose there's another thing. Your performance in the maze does raise some concerns as to your aptitudes naturally. Your training, I suppose, did it not so much lend to dealing with such things? If you were to face such dangers in the future, would it be also something that they would try to run from instead of try and face head on?
You see that she does take a long moment to think and process, and she'll look up to you, Xanthi, and say, there is something that you learn. By many years of adventuring and fighting monsters such as those that were underneath the keep, is that the hero who faces the problem head-on time and time and time again will eventually die. Much younger than what they should have. And in that death, it maybe would have been heroic. It maybe would have saved many lives in that moment. But all that means for the future is that there is no hero. That whatever villains or monsters wish to inflict pain and doom can do so unfettered. I believe that there is a difference in standing headstrong and looking down evil in its face and not letting it pass you. And understanding that sometimes retreat is not necessary, or is necessary. To regroup, to reconvene. In that moment, if I would have stood and fought against those beasts and those cultists, I would have died. So, you ask what I would have done differently in the future to prevent that. That is how I choose to hear that question. And I think for me at least, it is understanding that in the future I need to internalize those details that are important and then reflect on them later. The problem that I had in that moment was I was so overwhelmed with wonder as to why they were there, why they had no markings or affiliation to connect them to House Falkrest or to the Sentinel Festival. They were just unmarked bodies, burned.
And yet you still called them cultists?
That is what I assumed they were.
You initially started just saying that they could be criminals. It seems quite the jump to me.
I think criminals, cultists, whatever they were dead when I found them.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think I'm with you. I'm like, Xanthi brought up a good point. Does it feel like she feels trapped in by her words? Like, oh, I made a slip up or something?
Yeah, make an
Yeah.
insight check.
Can I join that? Because that was kind of my intention.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Everybody.
anybody who wants to make one can make one.
Okay, good. Mine came through. Well, too bad it sucked.
Same.
All right.
Oh, Caitlin.
Can we get one from Edwin?
You betcha.
This is an insightful play, right?
He's a cleric. He's got wisdom.
Yeah.
Does he use
Insightful
it?
play.
Sometimes, yeah. Okay.
Damn.
No, he just lets it sit there in the corner.
Okay, sorry. I'm pulling it up here.
Oh, no, you're good.
Okay. Wimdom.
Why did you get hurt?
Imdite.
Monkey.
Oh, I
Did
don't
you
know.
see that -5?
Yeah, that's right.
No.
He rolled
He's
a,
freaking real hard.
There you go. There you go. Give him a long rest. He rolled an 8. A 4 plus 4.
Mm.
Fucking piece of shit. It's not like
Be
it's
like
it's not
that.
even real.
Okay. Kayla, I'm gonna send you a message.
Oh.
Sure.
There you go. All right. Message sent.
Kaylin is going to just kind of raise an eyebrow and say, "Is there something else that you wish to discuss? You came into this room already a rack of nerves rather than from what we're talking about right now. Were you not expecting to be interviewed today?"
I know there have been people following me. And if that is the case, then that means that your spy master has done work, and I'm sure that there are questions you wish to ask about what happened to 3 individuals in particular from Alicia. And I am nervous to answer that line of questioning.
I see. Well, you understand it's important that we know everything there is to know about our Sentinel. We are giving you the utmost authority and power over the realm and us. We need to know that we can trust you.
I know. But you must believe me that it might be hard to trust with what I say.
Well, we're listening.
Part of what plagues the entity that trained me, as well as many of my other brothers and sisters that wield magic in the same way, there is some type of curse that afflicts him. He will die soon. How long, we do not know exactly. But that magic that afflicts him, we were able to trace it back to several individuals within powerful political station in our republic. It connects those cultists, is what they were. To 3 long-dead Adarian tyrants. On them there were marks, brands, 3 claws. I believe some type of cult dedicated to the resurgency of the Dragon's Triarchy, which I am very sure all of you are very aware of. That is why I killed those 3 individuals. And it was part of the reason why I decided to travel to Adaria. Somehow these dragons' talons stretch far beyond Adaria's borders.
And you don't know any more about why such individuals would be in your homeland?
They were Elysian. They were not interlopers or foreigners. They were born and raised on our land. There should have been no reason for them to fall in line with dead Adarian tyrants. All I knew is that they were dedicated to some type of dragon cult. And in terms of powerful dragons in pairs of 3, there is only one in recent history. That is why I came here. Well, not only that. I do still wish to help people, and it seems as though the best way to help people in Adaria is as Sentinel.
How this curse that afflicts your teacher, what do you know about it and how did you discover that?
It wasn't something that we discovered. It was something that he told us. None of us are powerful enough to investigate or to attune to him fully to understand what may be afflicting. But he is so powerful that he has a greater understanding than we ever will of what affects us, what holds us, and has even had the power to sever some of those connections. But he cannot break whatever holds him.
And of the infliction itself, do you have any information about how it is affecting your mentor?
It saps the very arcane essence from him. He is very wise and very powerful and very old. And entities like him are meant to live for many, many, many thousands of years. But he believes that in the next 5, perhaps the next decade, he will die.
If my siblings don't have any further questions for you, I would love to just have a conversation one-on-one if you don't mind, Thalia.
No, I don't mind.
I
Maybe
don't have
have
any
the
other
root.
questions. Yeah.
Y'all have fun.
Everybody leaves.
Yeah, Via will kind of like look down at the table, and then look back up. I actually wasn't originally planning to ask about your teacher too much, but I feel like I might have a little bit of knowledge similarly connected to your teacher's affliction, and if possible, I don't know if this would be, but I may want to go speak with them. Where did you say he was?
He is in the western mountain ranges of Elysia. A great, great, great travel from the coast, but one well worth it.
It might be worth it for both me and your teacher, honestly. But what I actually wanted to talk to you about is I'm curious about your opinion about my parents. And personally, not just for the Sentinel honesty part, which obviously, is important, but this is genuinely like me wanting to understand an Elysian's perspective on them.
I think that Cersei Alasades is an inspiration. I think to travel all this way, to come to Adaria, to start a family, and then to return home is one of the most horrifying things to have to do. But she was strong. And she still tries to exist between those two worlds, even though she must be home. And I think that that is beautiful. I think that Talon the Kind, the king of Adaria, your father, has had a long and storied history of helping many, many, many people across the world in his younger years. Truth be told, I do not know if an adventurer's spirit is one who makes a good ruler, but from what I have seen, after the previous king's death, it is what Adaria needed. Someone kind. And to be kind in this world is incredibly admirable.
Have you had much interaction with them outside of just what you've heard and witnessed in that regard?
No, I do not believe so.
As siblings, we all talked about, the fact that she... Oh wait, did she get in the fight, or was that just the teacher?
The teacher.
Oh, but she hasn't had... Okay. I misunderstood. I thought she was like, Talon, put him up. My bad. My bad. And, for diviners, in Elysia, such as my mother and myself, if I weren't to return, or not even return, to go to Elysia, would that be considered almost like a shame culturally?
I wish that I could tell you one way or the other. Divination and foresight is one of Alicia's most well-kept secrets. The only person who could tell you that is the High Oracle of Mithera. If you are a strong enough diviner, then it is your Elysian blood that gives you that. Not anything else.
And then just like retrospectively, have I felt like she's been pretty forthcoming in this conversation, or is she still holding something back?
Yeah, make a retrospective insight check.
I get into things sometimes, and I'm like, ooh, I should've
You
done
make that one backwards, so you gotta like
I do.
you gotta like throw it over your head.
Have to sit there and like take it in. 16 is what I got. I don't know if it rolled over here. There we go.
16. You definitely do feel like there's more she could say about the oracle and, you know, about divination. But she very intentionally is avoiding that.
I understand that I need just to go to Elysia to really understand things. But I feel like I've had a blindfold on me my whole life in regard to Elysia. So if there's anything at all you could share, I would really like to know.
Your desire does not fall on deaf ears, Princess Octavia. But even what knowledge I am privy to thanks to my master is not something I could divulge even if I wished to. I'm sworn to secrecy. As any who see the oracle or learn of the oracle's nature, we are all sworn to secrecy. But you have nothing to fear if you travel, if you go there. The journey is what tells you if it was worth it. And I know that may not make much sense to you now, but if you ever do travel there, it will.
Thank you, Thalia. I appreciate it.
Of course. Are there any
That's
other
all I had.
questions? Very good.
No, if you have any for me.
I do not.
Well, thank you.
With that, she will stand and she'll give a small curt bow and she will head out. Octavia, you go retrieve the rest.
No, it's all me now. Yes.
Yes, come on in, please. I'll be seeing you now.
I'm the queen already.
I'm the queen already.
Oh my god.
What's this? Why is Forge not working? Hello?
Astarias. Oh wait, no, it's Seraphina.
Seraphina, yeah.
Boo.
Sorry.
Get her out of here.
I have to refresh Forge.
We hate clerics, yeah.
Damn straight.
No.
Damn, okay, Forge is unresponsive. That's awesome. All right, cool. I guess it's not a
Oh,
huge deal. I was just going to change the music. Whatever, no big deal. With that, all of you ran to the room. You sat back down, and let in is Seraphina Lumanus. She will enter, and she will give a long formal bow, and she will raise up and say, "Would I be permitted to sit?"
Go ahead.
She will sit. You guys asked the question, what do you think about the other contestants? What do you think about your performance so far? I will say that the challenges have been much more difficult than I had anticipated. I think perhaps, given what I had endured in the hells and throughout many of the extraplanar realms to which I had traveled, I had anticipated a great deal less from the material plane and the trials I would receive. And that is not to speak poorly of those of the material plane. I promise it is not that. But I believe that hubris and overconfidence is what handicapped me in many of the trials. Then, on top of that, my own frustration in being unable to breach those victories, I would say. It is a mistake I will not make lightly in the next 2 trials. I know, in the most recent one, my eagerness to finish first is what, truthfully, is what prevented me from achieving victory. I can recognize that. And in the next 2 trials, whatever they may be, I know that I will not fall prey to those same faults of no one else but my own. That is what I can say of my performance. Of the other contestants, there are concerns that I have. I believe that Victor, that his intentions are not wholly pure. While all of us have been waiting for our meetings today, after his, I decided to follow him, not with my own steps, but with a divine eye, to watch him. As all of you are aware, there is a fast from dawn until dusk each day. As far as I know, all contestants have been following this rule religiously, except Victor. Now, I know that may seem harmless, but upon seeing that, I continued to follow him. I witnessed him shape change using illusory magic, and then trek throughout the royal halls where you and the king are staying. Now, all he did was patrol, but still, I believed it was something important for all of you to know.
Well, by proxy, that does mean that you were also patrolling through our halls, yes?
I was following him with a divine eye. So...
But that eye could also see more than just Victor himself, could it not?
It could, but I did not look upon anything other than Victor. I understand that your knowledge of divine and arcane magic may be limited. But what I will inform you is that with such items such as a scrying eye or with a divine eye, you are focused in on one individual with a small radius around them. I can hear what Victor said and who Victor talked to, but anything else, the eye does not wander, it stays fixed on a location.
And we are to wholly take your word on this, I assume, as well as the fact that Victor has been supposedly breaking one of the rules of the festival.
You may believe me or you may not. It is your rules who have been broken, not mine. And if you doubt my instruction on how scrying eyes work, please ask your archmage.
No, you're absolutely right. That is they work. Thank you for letting us know about that, though. It is disappointing to hear about, all of it. Is there anything else regarding, Victor or any of the other contestants, Serafina?
Garrett as well. Ever since I made contact with him, I could sense a strong stench of necromancy on him. So much so that I believe that he communes with the dead daily.
Well, thank you for bringing that to our attention.
So, quick question. We kind of know that Serafina has had beef with those two in particular, right? So, can I sense if that's fully sincere? And even if it is sincere, is it she's been trying to look for something on these two in particular? Because it just seems very coincidental that the only two that she has anything negative to say about are the two that she's got personal beef with.
Yeah, make an insight check.
That's what I'm saying, man.
That's
I'm gonna hop on
I'm
that.
taking her word for shit.
you little bitch.
She hates me, I hate you.
19.
19.
Deuce.
By the way, Felicity, sorry, I'm just now realizing I missed this. If you click the little text bubble thing in the top corner, the text box will stay popped up the entire time.
Oh, bless. I've been like, read.
I remembered your message, and there just wasn't in my head. There wasn't a time to respond until right now.
I read
Figure it
that and I had
out.
no idea what you were talking about, and so I just kind of ignored it. Okay.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
So Octavia with a 14, you don't really pick up on anything. However, Merrick with a 19, the thing is, you do believe her in both circumstances, but it does seem targeted, like there's a bit of satisfaction in her voice and, divulging these secrets about the other two contestants.
Yeah, because the stuff with Victor seems too close to what we know about Victor to be like. Him eating, I don't know, but like him shape changing and going into where he said he was already going, like that seems right.
But we
But
also
yeah.
know that Garrett does the necromancy shit. Like, that's also, like, none of this is a surprise to us besides maybe the eating thing, which, whatever.
It is your rule, but yeah, whatever.
But it's unsubstantiated. I don't like her, so I'm not going to believe her.
One moment.
No, you're good.
No.
But yeah, no, I just, like I said, I was like, really, just those two. That's interesting. Not a damn thing
And
to say
also-
about Brenna or Thalia. No one else.
I will say I'm not worried about Victor because we already know he's not going to be Sentinel.
You might want to retrieve that cat food before they get to it.
I got it.
All right.
All
right, so
and Garrett
Merrick.
are tied right now. But yeah, no, that was all. I kind of had a feeling that there was a little bit more personal beef, which pretty much kind of aligns with how I feel her character is. So yeah. That's good enough for me. Thank you.
I will
Little
say
stank on
that at least in terms of what she was saying, it doesn't feel like she was embellishing anything. So there is at least a little bit of a, I don't know, uptick that it does contrast a little bit with what Garrett said. Because Garrett said it was something that he had done in the moment, in the, that earned in the fight that was his thing of renown. But Serafina definitely says that it's something that he does quite a bit more frequently. That's the only clarification I want to make on that.
No, that's fair.
Well,
Yeah,
hold on.
I
just
picked
to
up on
clarify
that.
clarification. Garrett, he wasn't just admitting it to do it only once, right? Like, he was saying that this was like a continued thing that he was like researching and like getting involved with, right? So
Correct, yeah. But day in, day out use is not...
that's a bit much, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, also, I don't think Garrett's gonna be our Sentinel either. Love baby boy, but
Aw.
Can he
I
be my
mean,
Sentinel?
Him and Victor are
So
tied for.
special just for me.
Garrett and Victor are tied for second place. So I mean, if we're thinking those two
We're
aren't even
tied for
considered, what's the
third.
point of the rest of this? What?
I updated mine.
Oh, Bjorn's 1 point ahead of them. My apologies.
Nah, but I'm talking in terms of like the actual like score results, because like we do need to take into account the actual score results, unless we want to
Yeah.
do a lot of yapping about why we had this whole festival if we got to use it anyways.
It's a fucking
But
fair
yeah.
point.
So that's what Serafina
We'll just
has to
say
say
when-
about her. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, just as a point, I mean, Merrick's not going to call her out right then and there, but like that is something he will tell everyone when she departs.
Yeah.
I
that
was
he
ready to
thinks
call
is
him
that.
out. And you have nothing else to say about your other contestants? Only the ones you find problematic?
I do not believe Bjorn's actions are wholly his own.
What
I
does that
believe
mean?
that there may be some type of force influencing him.
Like what?
Something that is not the Great Serpent. I do not know for certain, though. It was evasive to any of my investigations. But it was small enough that I thought that it could be ignored. The same as Victor. Whatever pact he made to hone whatever magic he collects, it could be something similar to that with Bjorn. But Bjorn seems different.
Well, he's a shapeshifter and a veil walker.
And also not who this meeting is about. But
We did ask.
Yeah, that's what. So she just answered your question. You
I
cannot be
literally
mad after that.
we're gonna keep going on about Bjorn. That's my point. Oh fuck! I lost what I was about to say now.
You said, but
I
not who
haven't-
this meeting's about?
Dismissed.
Yeah. That was
I
the
did-
bridge. I forgot the meat. Potatoes.
The bridge goes to an ocean.
I
It's a
have the
diving
plate.
board.
Let
I
me
have a
give you
plate
some
and
time to
it's
remember. Could I actually ask, because I haven't actually made this connection in my brain until right now, and I'm sorry, this is not about Serafina, it is about Bjorn. Where
Oh.
bear, where wolf, lycanthropy, so like a curse.
Yeah.
Is a werebear similar to that?
Bjorn is a shapeshifter, more so than like a traditional werebear. When I reference his stat block, it does say werebear, but more, you know, like the Blood Hunter class has the lycanthrope sort of
Yeah.
subclass.
It's also a druid, right?
Yeah, it's a
So-
druid. So he's sort of like harnessing that worldly magic to shape change into
Okay, see,
It's like
a
Halcyon.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
cool.
it's not
I
it's
just
not a
wanted
curse
that
of lycanthropy.
clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, maybe that's what she's picking up on, is what I was thinking. Okay.
Nope.
But I mean, because we do know he's marked,
Correct.
like by cultures.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling that that's just what that's related to. Because that just makes the most sense.
Me do things that make sense? No way, Jose. Never in my life have I made sense. Look at this shirt.
Did you remember, Gemma?
Look at this
Caitlin
shirt.
has no
it's
questions
fine.
for her.
We ignore. It was probably something very pertinent. I'm sure it wasn't.
Anyway, nobody's got any more
I have
questions?
I got
Whoa,
one
whoa,
last
whoa.
question if no one else has any. Oh.
We still haven't talked about her fucking secret shit yet. We've just done the first base questions. But I mean, if you had something, you can go first, Marek.
Nah, I want to wait towards the end to ask it.
Okay. Although, talking about concerns of other people, we do have a few concerns about, well, yourself. Seems that your connections to higher beings may be more than just purely celestial or holy in nature. I've heard some concerning things about discolored veins and other, well, symptoms, I suppose.
It is called the curse of the Hell Plague. Angelic creatures, those descendants of the very blood and air of Celestia, those that spend too much time in the hells or in the abyss, they succumb to it. A part of the hells infects their very holy nature. It is something that cannot be cured, that cannot be removed. It is something I live with, and it is something that bars my re-entry from the very highest peaks of Celestia.
And will this curse have any implications for your potential role as Sentinel?
It is physical, and it puts a block on my re-entry to the highest peaks of Celestia, so provided my role as Sentinel will never lead me there, which I can tell you it would never, then no. It is almost wholly physical.
I do not believe that speaking in tongues is a physical ailment.
They're muscle spasms.
Does that
There's
sound
a little bit more than
believable?
that.
What the fuck? Muscle.
Yeah.
Have you
Does it
ever
seem like-
truthfully heard someone speak in tongues? Have you? Any of you?
Yes.
No, you have not.
Okay.
What
then enlighten
happens
us.
within the Serpent's Grove is not truthfully hell-bound tongues. Those that speak in tongues, those devils that do it as war cries, your ears bleed. Pressure on the inside of your head unlike anything you have ever felt. That is what tongues is. Anything else, they are a pauper's show. That is all they are. Someone playing at possession. So, Princess Kaelin, unless you truthfully have felt your ears bleed, wanting to claw at your own face to remove the sound, then no, you have not heard tongues.
It's Lady Kaelin, but thank you for your enlightenment.
You're very welcome.
It still does not answer the question. Whatever you are muttering, tongues or not, I do not believe that it would qualify as simple physicality. If there is some other deeper connections or ties that we should be aware of, then you will make them very apparent in this meeting.
If you
Or
do
else I
not
feel that we
believe
have
what
little to
my list of symptoms of the Hell Plague include, then perhaps you should communicate with your highest clerics. Perhaps you will believe what they say. But I guarantee you they will tell you the same exact thing I am telling you right now.
In these fiendology classes, was this something that she had any brief run-in on her general fiendology studies?
Make a history check. General, no.
Okay.
No, this
Okay.
this would be a 404 class or something. You
Oh,
know?
okay. Well, I had a friend who really
Could-
liked fiendology, so maybe she yapped about it. I got a 16.
Could Edwin pop in on that as well, just to help out? We have a cleric.
Let me see. For religion, yeah, the downside is that is an intelligence check. So, I mean, I'll roll it for him.
Bright smart.
That's
I mean-
another 8.
Oh, can
for
he
Ed.
give me advance? Oh,
No,
what?
you guys aren't going to be whispering back and forth.
Oh, you're right,
means
you're
kinda
right.
Pass this note down, pass this note down.
You're like you're brainstorming. You know, you're going back and forth.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Nothing comes to Edwin's mind. That was never what his studies. That's not what he ever really focused on. You know, he was always about people and helping heal people, and medicinal knowledge, never about demons and devils and hell. Like, what? Not Edwin's cup of tea. Cup of coffee, I guess, would be a more apt metaphor.
Or anything, I guess.
Octavia with a 16. You have read about and you have heard from Isadora, right?
Let me look at which one.
Bro.
I think Isadora was necromancy.
Okay.
Poppy, I believe,
Poppy,
is
okay.
the.
That's what I thought initially, but
theology.
I assumed my intuition was wrong. Whoops. So Poppy, she had brought up this before, that she had done some reading and some studying on this hell plague. And generally what Seraphina is saying is correct based off of what you vaguely remember from what Poppy told you. There's maybe a few details that you're missing, because it is rather niche information, and it was something that probably came up for you 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's a little hard to recall, but it seems in line with what you know to be true.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then yeah, she'll just chime in, just trying to get the tension down a little bit and say, well, that sounds, exactly like what Poppy was talking about. One of my good friends from school, she studied phenology, and so she took one of the more advanced classes, and she mentioned the ailment. So
It's very interesting that those of the material plane do study the hells in such a way. I had always heard of most individuals having an aversion to the hells.
And you know what? That is true. But I do think some people have, it's almost like a macabre interest, similarly to necromancy, where it's like so taboo, it's almost exciting to know more. So that's, I think, what really drew her in.
There is a very fine line between interest and study and, well, one forsaking their own morals for interest and study. It is a very slippery slope to go down.
Well, you clearly have an interest in the hells, despite being a celestial being. Should we be concerned about your morals, then?
I am not some scholar stuffed inside a tower, hoping to unlock dark secrets of magic.
It's
It
still where your
was
interest
my
lies, is it not?
duty to fight back against endless hordes of demons and devils, so they did not make their way to the material plane. I was a warrior. I was a defender of the material plane that none of you knew about. So please forgive me if I am coarse. But for 200 years I have fought to keep demons and devils from this plane, and yet I am treated with the same amount of suspicion as a Muldarian spy.
Well, you understand what we have to do, right? This is all a part of it. You are not special in this regard where we are singularing you out. Everyone is facing the same scrutiny you are because of just how important this role is. So if we have offended you in any way, that was not our intention. This is a part of the procedure.
I feel as though we have gotten off track a little bit. So let's loop back to some more productive conversation questions. But I will say, Seraphina, thank you for your service. I definitely feel like I have no threat from fiends in my life, and I really appreciate that. Merrick, did you have a question?
Quick recap before I ask this, but I mean, it's been pretty clear. I mean, I know she doesn't like Victor, but there was also something about her being uncomfortable around tieflings, or like she gave Xanthi a look once, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there was kind of something there.
Yeah, because she offered that there were tools and equipment to be able to remove one's infernal nature, to pretty much turn a tiefling into not a tiefling anymore. And she didn't seem excited about it, so that's where Seraphina's disdain originated.
Yeah, I think Mariso's gonna look at her. Seraphina, if we name you Sentinel, if Xanthi is named as queen, would that be a problem?
As long as she were not influenced by some demon or devil doing its bidding, then no. But I do not think the Sentinel's job is exactly to protect the king or queen, whoever it may be. I think it is to protect Adaria, to keep this land safe.
And what do you believe happens to Adaria without their monarch?
Well, I believe that in recent memory, there was a king who wanted to do terrible things to his people, and he was slain by Elendara Falkrest. So, in that brief moment, the people did not have a king or queen. It was a lawless land, I suppose. But I believe that it is incredibly short-sighted and lacking to think that without a king or queen that a people would fall or succumb or become wholly lawless and evil. In fact, I believe that if you ask most of your commoners, which I have spent a great deal of time doing in Sea Haven, most could not even tell you the king's first name.
They
They do
hardly
not.
need to be personal with a king. See, I believe most commoners do not truly appreciate what exactly this would look like without those structures in place. I believe our own history is testament to that enough. Daria has been through enough moments of strife and, well, unrest for us to know that there is an importance of having a constant and stronger monarch. If anything, I believe our conversation today has shown that you're too caught up
Maybe
on
we're
what you
a
already
little.
know and not on the material plane itself.
Maybe we're all being a little presumptuous here, jumping to some conclusions, making assumptions about each other. So thank you so much, Seraphina, for your time. Did you have anything else, any final notes?
None that it seems would be appropriate to share in present company. She'll stand. And she'll bow and she'll leave.
Xanthi, that was not cool.
It's important that we get to know all our potential sentinels, which is all these discussions are. And we only have one more, and then we are finished here.
Are you gonna grill him too? Let's just try and be unbiased, okay, guys? That wasn't cool.
I have to agree with Via. I don't think any of us think that Seraphina was going to be our sentinel, but we don't need to go out of our way to antagonize these people and make them enemies of us.
I agree, but I think there's a difference between antagonizing and, getting to the truth of it? I don't think this was entirely one-sided, at least not with Seraphina.
You guys see that Via gets a really, starts, rubbing her temples. Okay, maybe, do we all need to take a breather before Astaris comes in?
Do you?
No. Like I said, we should finish this.
Hang on. Via, you alright?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Is she?
No. But she's powering through.
No.
Do you need a break?
No. Let's do this.
All right. So with that, the final sentinel walks through. Astarius. That's his name now. He decided to change it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I said it wrong like 5 times.
Astris.
Jar has.
Astrid, we both. It's been Astarius for a while. He will walk through. He will look to all of you, and he will bow his head, and he will sit down. I was told that all of you wish to speak with me.
Yes, we just have a few questions that we would like to answer. Yeah.
Skip to the good part.
Performance has been good at times. It has been strange to be limited in such ways. The various entities I have fought in the Astral Sea never used such physicality like Bjorn. An incredibly strong humanoid. The races are, or, oh God, what are they called now?
Species.
The species are strange here. But interesting that one born of such a way could possess such strength. Seraphina notable as well. She has a great amount of, well, radiance, much power. But my performance in particular. In some trials I succeeded, in others I did not succeed. I had opportunities to interact, perhaps change things, but I chose not to. It is odd being in such a position. But I believe that what happened showcases each Sentinel's or potential Sentinel's skills best. If I need to say more, other contestants, I would say Brenna is not kind like the others. Each one of the other contestants, they are nice, at least. Brenna is more cold. Even Seraphina was kind to me. Strange, I thought, but perhaps being from other planes, we share that.
Well, I will say that as a part of our duty to appoint a new sentinel is that we did have to do some research on all of our potential sentinels. That includes you. However, it was very difficult for us to find anything. Extraplanar or not, it seems there's not a lot of information about your past anywhere. Is there anything more that you would like to share about yourself?
I originate from the Astral Sea. I have done many adventures within the Astral Sea, especially in the far reaches, which perhaps that's why there's not much history. I received word of this trial in the City of Life, and
traveled thusly, I was stopped within an area known as the Tundra of Apathy. And there was a great trial there, but I knew that it was best that I come here, to Adaria, for this festival. Someone of my talents is what Adaria needs, it seemed to me.
And your name truly is Astarius, then?
Yes. It is the
So
name
I feel like there's more to that
choose
answer.
to go by.
Yeah. What did he say?
It is the name I choose to go by.
Not a name you were given.
Given, I suppose, would be
By yourself?
accurate. No.
Well, to cut to the point then, again, there's rumor for us to believe that there was another Astarius who died in the Tundra of Apathy. What do you know about that? If anything.
He did die in the Tundra of Apathy. And it was very sad.
Do we have to pry all information from you, or will you elaborate on anything you have told us? This individual, who exactly were they?
Well,
Why have you decided to take their name? Anything else relevant, please?
it is painful. Astarius and I adventured together for many, 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 many years. I was always at his side. But upon hearing of the Sentinel Festival, he knew that it was time to leave the far reaches, to leave the Astral Sea, and to help somewhere that, although he might age, he could truly do good to protect people not of the Astral Sea, but of the material plane. A place that not only he wished to see, based off what other individuals he had encountered told him about it, but knowing that he might be able to make a difference, more so. In the Tundra of Apathy, I was destroyed, but set free, I suppose. And even though Astarius died, I wanted to carry on his legacy.
So then, in truth, your interest in this festival and position itself is not through anything personally for you, but simply to carry on the memory of this individual you traveled with.
The Astral Sea is not normal. It doesn't exist as the material plane does, especially in those pockets like the Tundra of Apathy. Thought and feeling become malleable, like snow, that you can shift and mold and create something. Astarius did die in the Tundra, but he's still a part of me in the same way that I was a part of him before. Before the tundra of apathy, I was just a weapon at his side. But now he is something that fights along me, but we are still one and the same. I like to think, at least. It's not that I come here to fulfill what he couldn't. I come here because I feel as though I am him, so this is what I want. I think, at least. I do not know if that makes sense.
I think I'm picking it up. What style of combat did Astarius use?
Much different from me. I felt as though it was improper for me to wield a weapon the same as him. He fought with a rapier.
And when did you meet him?
Many, 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 many years ago.
So, like, not to talk out of character, but this is totally the weapon.
Yeah, I don't know how to talk about that in character, and I'm struggling.
know.
Here. How does one ask that? What the fuck?
I tried. I was like, should I ask, like... I'm genuinely trying to think of what should come next.
Yeah, what the fuck?
You never know where I'm going. You never know where I'm going. I'm all over the place.
Apparently fucking
Keep you on your toes.
When
Well,
you
I'm
were
sorry.
companions, you never mentioned your own fighting style, only his. Is this... What exactly were you before?
I was his weapon. I was a sentient weapon, a fragment of time itself. When time and the world of spirits shattered long, long, long ago, a fragment of it broke off and coalesced into a thin shard of glass. And then I was forged into a weapon by the great smiths of the Astral Sea. And a piece of that long, long, long forgotten knowledge was left within me, a small sliver of sentience. Astarius found me one day in the corpse of a long-dead god. And we began our adventures.
But your own sentience. It comes from a long time ago, yes, but do you have any inclination as to, well, where exactly? Or whom, I suppose?
It never felt where, and there never was a who. It was always... It was always a when, I suppose. I know that probably makes no sense, but when I was created. That essence of fractured time. When I was forged, became the weapon that was wielded. When I was lost, when I was found by Astarius, when Astarius died. That is what I know. However, once Astarius became a part of me, all that he was became a part of me. So now I remember the who's and the wins of his adventures, but I never knew those of my own. Being trapped within a vessel, it restricts you. It feels good to say this out loud. I thought that there would be problems, truth be told, which is why I was not honest up front. I felt as though being Astarius was the best way to ensure that, well, nothing went bad.
And this original Astarius, if he is a part of you, it is important that we have a greater understanding on who exactly he was.
Mm-hmm.
Was he off the astral plane?
He was, yes.
And his nature, why take interest in Adaria then?
It was within the City of Life that he heard tell. The City of Life is a gargantuan city connected directly to the very essence of nature and life, and even small connections to the Feywild. There is no shortage of heroes in the Astral Sea. There have been for many, many, many years that stop astral dreadnoughts and great cosmic threats. But in the City of Life, Astarius would always hear tell of places in the material plane that were struggling, that were dying. And what drew him to Adaria in particular was this dragon's triarchy. Dragons are no stranger to the astral realm, but it seems as though the dragons that we have, they are alien, even to us. Strange and intelligent beings. Those that dominated Adaria for so many years were vile and malicious. So, Astarius wanted to ensure that, well, that those dragons would be defeated. I don't think that he quite understood that things in Adaria had changed quite a bit from when that happened. Time is very strange in the Astral Sea. It doesn't move at all. What could be 800 years for all of you is nothing for us. Literally nothing.
This is just out of my own curiosity, so it doesn't need to be an elaborate answer or anything, but what have you enjoyed since being Astarius? Anything you've been able to experience that you've never had before that was,
The simplicity. I've spent a great deal of time in Sea Haven with fishermen. I know that seems odd, but they live a simple life. And I think that that is beautiful. Life in the Astral Sea is always fraught with danger. Even the fishmongers of the Astral Sea have to worry about the occasional dreadnought devouring and unraveling their raft. But here they sit by the sea. They go out on a boat. From dawn till dusk. They return, and the next day they sell their goods. And they do that over and over and over again. It's so simple, but elegant, beautiful.
Well, I am sorry for your loss, but I hope in a way you've been able to gain something beautiful as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I feel as though we have a much better understanding of who you are. I think that honesty is extremely important.
Thank you. And I apologize for the lack of transparency when I entered. I was afraid.
I think that's completely valid.
Thank you.
Kaylin has no further questions.
Same.
Yeah.
So, you were a sword? Yes. No further questions. All right.
I feel like that was very Edward.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Astarius will stand. He will... And you can see there's like some... like joy, you know? Like this is the most
he's
human you've seen him.
He feels
Wait.
accepted. I love
Why
him
did
so
he
much.
at the end? Could we have
I
like,
know.
agreed earlier? Like all of us were just like, man, this bitch, he doesn't care about jack or shit.
He's
Like,
just all fucking weirdo, dude.
Nah, he moved
I
up for
winner
me.
from space.
I love him.
I was a
So
sword.
anyway, how do we feel about getting the sword as our sigil? It feels appropriate.
I feel
Mm.
yeah.
He'll
Can
leave.
we change every ranking now?
He also like has the freshest slate ever. Like, he's literally like born yesterday. So
well,
It's
Sort
you,
of.
you get a it's like the dragons and your sentinel, you get fresh that you can raise them how you want them. Look at that.
yeah. mhm.
I don't like that. Anyway, that's enough of that.
Hey, what I say goes, because I'm the dungeon master. Read it and leave.
My God.
I'm gonna disable your camera.
Yes, sir.
No. Ryan, take a point of inspiration.
Yeah.
That is what
I
I
already got-
want!
I already got one, but thank you.
Ah, damn.
Sorry,
All
I
right.
don't lick boots.
Here we go. Take a point of inspiration away. You've disappointed me.
Okay.
Have a point of inspiration. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Oh, stop! Stop! It's too much. All right. Interviews are done.
Woo! We did it.
oh.
Talk.
Woo.
Okay, does anybody
Is
have
there a
anything?
trial today?
Um,
Isn't this in the morning?
this was in the morning before the trial, correct?
Oh my god. Okay.
We got
Strap
like
in,
an
kiddos.
we got like an
I
hour
guess
for
how's-
lunch or something, right? Like,
Yeah.
come on, we-
How's Via been progressing as this interview's been going on, by the way? Has she gotten worse? Is she packed up a little bit? Like,
She was absolutely charmed by Astarius and all of her like knowledge and interest, like her whole study thing. She's like, I want to talk to him like a study. Like I want to do a dissertation on that man. But once he leaves the room, she like slouches back at her chair and she's just kind of like, you know, she's in her head.
well, she was fine before, so I'm sure it's not a problem. Anyways.
Well, Kaylin's gonna say, Via, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you lying?
What? Aren't we done here? I thought interviews are
We
over.
have already had Father lie to us about his condition. If there is anything you wish to share with us, Octavia, you will share it now.
Yeah, I'm upset with how that went, okay? I'm upset with how we grilled Seraphina and didn't do that for anybody else. Like, it just felt like we were trying to get to know them better and we weren't allowed to do that. So I'm upset. God's forbid a girl can be upset.
Is that all then?
That's all.
All right.
All right. And she's gonna get up and leave.
All right. That's her opening the door and slamming it shut. Thank you. All right.
like I was there.
All right.
Excellent, Foley.
So with that, all of you do take about an hour to eat, and then
Double check on Dad. He's not dead, is he?
nope,
He seems to be doing a little bit better. He has a little bit of his strength back. The High Arbiter working with is finding various tinctures made from various like natural ingredients that seem to have more of a hold on him than most potions which use magical ingredients harvested from various like ley lines. So I didn't need to say all that. That's okay. He's doing better. It's called immersion. Appreciate it. All right? Okay.
I do.
Said that like I pointed a gun at you. I do.
Merrick's gonna try and catch Via just at some point before the next competition.
All right. Does Via allow that?
I don't think so.
Damn.
Fair enough.
Did you see my text, Joe?
Oh shit. Nah, I was too busy dicking around.
Giving me inspiration.
I was too busy yelling
I
at
have
Gemma.
all this inspiration. What am I supposed to do with it?
Oh, save it for a rainy day.
Yeah.
Hey, believe me, buddy, you might want to save that for later. Okay.
Why?
Recrudescence.
True.
last
I
session.
understand.
Oh shit, my bad.
Yeah, it was a callback.
It's the Felicity. It's the second part that's going to be tough.
What you doing over there?
Yeah.
Because you can. I mean, you can still do what you want to do, but I don't know if 2's going to work out how you want it to.
Jeez.
I also don't
What you
know.
doing over there?
I also know. I just said what I said. No. Ooh, no, that's a terrible idea. I have so many. Okay. What about if I bring one guard with me?
As long as it's within the keep,
What
that
are
would
you
that would
doing over
probably, Via being the young princess, she could probably puppy dog eyes and get that.
Okay, cool.
All right. So you you go to both individuals and you sort of do the whole like shtick, you know, and eventually they say, all right, and one of them will go off with you as you head into the keep, and you do find her there within the keep, currently standing in one of the far off courtyards on the what would be the western side of the keep, so very far away from any of the other festivities.
Okay, great. And is it a pretty secluded area?
Yeah, there's like nobody here aside from you, the guard, and Serafina.
Okay. She will kind of nod to the guard, like basically being like, stay here. I'll be in eyesight, obviously, but I don't, this is a private conversation. So she's gonna walk over to Serafina. I need to talk to you about what you said. That's really serious. This is about my sister.
I know. And I am sorry that that was how I had to inform you of it, but it hadn't become clear to me until that moment.
What did you see? Or how did you see it?
You seem more knowledgeable on the Hell Plague curse.
A little bit, yeah, but you could enlighten me, honestly.
Those inflicted by it can see the mark of hell much easier. But sometimes on individuals it can be hidden, very well concealed. A term that is used lightly in the material plane I have found is devil-tongued. Someone who speaks in such a way that seems to whip people into shape with their words. It wasn't until those last few moments that I had seen that devil's mark on her. incredibly well concealed. Very, very powerful devilry at hands.
Well, we know a little bit about, Xanthi's connection.
This is not that of
But-
tiefling's infernal heritage. This is most of the time contractual, a promise, a bargain, like what you would see in warlocks, or the like, those who sign pacts with devils.
As Seraphina says that, Via almost stumbles back onto the wall, just out of complete shock. Okay, is there anything else that you can see, or you could just see that there's a really strong pact or something?
That is all I can see for now, but it is why I believe very firmly that Adaria is in a great deal of danger from outside forces. And I know that I, more so than any of the others, can be cruel and harsh. I recognize that. But it is only because I will not bend and bow to those who have made deals with such devils. I thought, of all people, your sister would understand that sometimes an iron fist is what's necessary.
I know Xanthi could be I'm trying to think of the right word, actually. I guess when she's made up her mind, stubborn, that's the word. When she has an impression or made up her mind about something, it's hard to change it sometimes. I don't know about this this pact on her. It's hard for me to believe that it was something she willingly got into. And I know you guys did not get off on a good foot at all. And I understand why from both your guys' perspectives. But if you could give us some time, we might, if I could convince her, maybe you could help us with whatever is going on. You know so much more, and I know maybe your perspective, like I said, is different, but that's not her. That's not her. We need help from people who know what to do.
What I can promise you, Octavia, is that regardless of what happens with the Sentinel Festival, any amount of devilry, whether it be influenced upon your sister or upon Adaria as a whole, I will do whatever it takes to stop it. I promise you that.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because we've already kind of had some sort of plan in place. So I don't know what would have changed, or maybe we just didn't see something or didn't know the whole story. It does not make sense. But I really appreciate you telling me, and I'm gonna find a way to have this conversation with her and the rest of my siblings, and I just really appreciate you being a resource, okay?
Of course. And know that this does not fall on deaf ears. I hear you, Octavia. And I appreciate that you would come to me with such.
Good luck on your trial, okay?
Thank you.
And if you need anything, you talk to me. I know not all my siblings are as warm. I don't know if that's the word, but I'm gonna say it. Warm. So.
Thank you,
But
Princess.
I can't be gone too long, so. She will just kind of nod her head and head back to the guard and go.
All right, so you head off that way. Octavia returning, preparing, maybe only a half an hour left before you need to head to the central courtyard where this trial will be held. The same place that the trial started. Or the festival started, I should say. However, before we dive into that, we do have one more little moment we gotta get to. Kaylin, you are making your way throughout the various halls and thoroughfares of of Skyhaven, and eventually, in a quiet alcove, sitting by himself, enjoying a very, very, very simple meal before the trial, you do see Bjorn, currently sitting by himself in sort of a quiet corner in one of the minor feasting halls, almost taking a moment to reflect and be quiet before the trial begins. Oh shit!
Yeah,
No, my bad. No. Nope.
He's eating? Question mark?
No, he's not. I forgot about the thing.
Sorry, I just
Damn.
wanted to double check because that felt very open. I was like, where does it turn around?
Yeah, no, he's not. He's sitting there, and he's just sort of in a meditative state in one of these quiet alcoves.
Checks out.
He's not eating anything. Sorry, that was my bad.
Listen, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Nom, nom,
Literally
nom.
20 minutes ago, I was like, yeah, and that bitch Victor was eating.
It's okay.
Bjorn's just looking at an empty plate.
Wistfully. Okay, so, but anyway, Kaylin, you find him
Kalen's,
kind of alone.
Yeah, she'll go over and sit. Is he on the ground or like at a table or?
At a table.
Okay, she will sit across from him, and she'll very carefully, just putting her hands on his to take him from the trance that he's in. She's gonna say, "I don't have very long to talk because it is breaking the rules to be speaking to you in the first place. But you owe me so much more than what you gave me in there."
Yes. But I am sorry, Kaylin. Many more of what you deserve is not what I can give.
No, don't do that. This is me. I don't want to play the game of talking and puzzles, and don't confuse me. I need you to be honest with me. What happened when we came here? I don't remember any of that. I don't remember anyone else coming with us, and now suddenly there were 3 people. Suddenly you're... What happened? Really? Do not speak in riddles, Bjorn.
I do not. But as I said, it is not my responsibility to tell you. He has sworn me to secrecy.
Who is he?
Him. Looking behind you, Kaylin.
Turns around?
There's no one there. As you do, he says, "No. Look within.
I told it to go away, and I'm not looking for it anymore.
He is your guardian. He will not go away.
Well, he hasn't brought me anything. He hasn't protected me from anything. He brings nothing but trouble. I don't want anything to do with it.
He is a servant of the Great Serpent. He has protected you, Caitlin, more times than you could know, more times than I, even.
No, Bjorn, you've protected me.
Even when I wasn't there, Caitlin, he protected you. He was there, not me.
I don't even know what it is.
Neither do I.
That is not an answer.
It is the best one I can give you. The only way for you to learn more, Caitlin, is to ask it. Or to ask Samson. Samson knows a great deal, but I suppose he chooses to keep it all to himself.
Samson looks away from you, Kaylin.
Do you have some sort of mark or branding that I should know about?
As I said in the interview, when I was questioned, they tried to mark me. They did brand me. They tried
Before
to control me.
that happened. Something else?
Those who cross the veil, those who go through the trials, they are marked. It is what binds us to our code. That is a mark that I have had for as long as I can remember. It is in part why I have lived as long as I have.
Is there anything else you're not telling me?
Of what I can tell you, Caitlin,
I don't
I have.
understand why you can't tell me these things.
Because it is not my responsibility to. And I am sorry that does not make sense now, or it feels unfair now.
It is unfair.
But if you are to walk with the spirits, if you are to become one of us, it is a journey you must go on your own. I have shown you how. I have shown you the way. You must take those steps carefully.
But every time I do, somebody is scolding me for crossing over. Every time I try to do something to help and to veil walk, I am being chastised for it. What is it? Am I supposed to do it, or am I supposed to sit and wait? Am I supposed to talk to these strange things, or am I supposed to remain silent? What is it that am I supposed to do?
Nothing is earned by sitting and waiting. Nothing. Whoever scorns you for this, they do so out of ignorance. You must be careful, yes, but you have a guardian, Kaelin. Not just one who watches over you, but one that gives you the power to fight back. The magic you possess, do you think that is from the serpent? No. It is from him. He gave you those gifts.
have to go.
As must I.
Bjorn, I think something is wrong with Talon. And I am scared. Can you just keep an ear to the ground, please?
If you would like, I could go speak with him, if it would be allowed.
Yes, I would like that very much. But after the next trial.
Yes,
I know you have much to prepare for.
indeed.
Good luck.
Thank you, Lady Galen.
She'll give him a small smile and just squeeze his hand before she leaves.
He'll return the squeeze.
See?
All right. Okay. So with that, all of you join for the sixth and second to last trial. Now, this takes place in the central courtyard, like I said, but there is this large stone etched with runes as well as framed out with metal, and even there are these small pieces of ryanite that are connected to the large gemstone in the center. You can see that each one of the contestants, they wear two small bracelets, as well as what looks to be like a necklace that is carved of the same gems as the ones on their bracelets and the one in the center. As this is the sixth trial, which is the self-sacrifice trial, or the empathic combat trial. So let's go ahead and trial number 6. Bruh. Silly goober, there we go. All right. So, with that, they gathered near the center as their combatants are named off who they'll be going against. Seraphina versus Astarius, Bjorn versus Brenna, and then we have Thalia, Garrett, and Victor in the trio. All right. So, as they all approach, you can see Lady Marianne Blackthorn. She steps forward. Her voice is solemn as she explains this crystal's power and what the bracelets on them do. So she explains that each blow struck will be felt by both combatants. Each wound they will share between all of them. True courage, she declares, is not the absence of pain, but the willingness to endure for the greater purpose. Fight not for glory, but for the strength to sacrifice yourself for those you would protect. And with that, the crystal begins to glow as the first pair approaches, and even the mountain winds seem to hold their breath as Astarius and Seraphina approach first. A cosmic monk and a divine warrior step into the circle as the crystal's glow intensifies, linking their fates. Seraphina, she will nod respectively. Your performance in the maze was impressive, as was your speed, despite the outcome. And with that, the two of them will begin fighting. Astarius is going to strike first with this precise, calculated blow that he absorbs with perfect detachment. The second and third in these exchanges favor him heavily, as this transcendent training allows him to treat pain as more of a sensation. Seraphina staggers initially under these shared impacts, blood trickling from her nose, and for several long moments it appears that the Cosmic Monk's philosophy, his ability to internalize that pain and separate it, will prove much superior. But then something shifts. Seraphina's wounds begin to glow with this golden light, and her movements become more fluid, more purposeful. She's not just enduring the pain, she's transforming it, absorbing it to become this divine power. And now Astarius finds himself on the defensive. Each of Seraphina's strikes carries this holy energy that his detachment can't fully process. The shared pain becomes something entirely alien to his cosmic understanding. The final exchange comes when both fighters commit fully. Astarius channels his remaining strength into a transcendent strike that should end the fight, but Seraphina meets it with a blow infused with every wound she'd suffered so far, transforming the accumulated agony into this radiant fury. Both combatants at the same time crash to their knees. For a heartbeat, it's unclear as to who will rise first. But Astarius' cosmic awareness shatters under the weight of pain given divine meeting. Seraphina's eyes open, blazing with golden light as she stands, and Astarius, breathing heavily, raises his hand. I yield. And with that, Seraphina will move over to him immediately, that divine light fading as the crystal dims. She will impart some amount of healing magic into him, mending both of their wounds as golden light retracts from the circle. Seraphina having won that round. Next up, we have Brenna versus Bjorn. We have two grizzled ranger faces as they approach the center as the crystal bonds their pain. The two of them do not say anything as they approach Bjorn's face. Bjorn's face is stern and stoic, same as Brenna's. Brenna will open the assault, and it is devastating. Her lifetime of scars and dwarven stubbornness allow her to shrug off the shared impacts while landing these precise, powerful strikes. Bjorn reels under the barrage, his size working against him, making him such an easy target to hit. For the first several exchanges, the ranger completely dominates. Her smaller frame and superior pain tolerance, it makes this empathetic link work in her favor. But gradually, as the fight goes on, Bjorn's breathing becomes more rhythmic, his movements growing more fluid, his eyes close. And in a moment, he begins anticipating her attacks with this uncanny precision. Eventually, the tide turns in Bjorn's favor as he enters this spirit-walking trance. Now Brenna's strikes land on a target that seemed to exist partially in another realm. Her tactical advantage evaporates as he fights, guided by this ancestral wisdom. The final moment becomes a test of pure endurance. Both fighters land crushing blows simultaneously, and there is this shared agony that is overwhelming. Brenna's dwarven constitution wars against Bjorn's spiritual transcendence. They crash to the ground. Brenna tries to rise first, drawing on reserves of stubbornness that had carried her through decades of hardship. But Bjorn's spirit-walking state has disconnected him from that physical trauma. His eyes open, fully present, and with one final blow over Brenna's head, she's knocked to the ground, stammering, and will raise her hand, and she will yield. Bjorn's eyes open, fully present again. And you can see the pain rack him almost immediately in that moment as he sort of doubles over, but then we'll move to Brenna and we'll help her up as that spirit-walking state dissolves, as Brenna wins this trial. Then we have our third and final...
Wait, Brenna wins or Bjorn wins?
Bjorn won. Brenna yielded.
Okay, you misspoke. I was confused.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
My bad. Yeah, Brenna yielded. Sorry.
Ton of events. That'd be funny.
Bjorn hits her in the head, and Bjorn goes, "Okay, I yield." Too much.
God, is that what it feels like when I hit people? Jesus. What have I been doing?
So, then we have our third and final group. 3 contestants enter. The crystals begin to glow. Thalia will say, "At least we all made it through the maze." Victor will go, "Barely." Too soon, sorry. And with that, Victor will be the one to open up the 3-way battle with this vicious efficiency. Given his devilish knowledge, it allows him to kind of exploit this complex pain-sharing dynamic. His early strikes send both opponents reeling while he absorbs the feedback with this fiendish resilience, using mostly fire, something that he's inherently resistant to, in an effort to burn the 2 of them away, trying to feed into it as opposed to just make these blind strikes. But Victor's advantage soon... Oh, sorry. So there are these brutal exchanges, and Victor dominates completely. Garrett and Thalia just trying their best to shield the blows or try and dissipate them, but Victor is just relentless in his pursuit. And Victor tries to play them against each other. Anytime that they get close to him, he just sends bolts of fire towards them once more, keeping them away from him. But eventually Victor's advantage becomes his downfall, as one of the things he was doing was trying to transfer some of that pain he was feeling to bound demons. These entities that he would sort of create, these summons. But as he tries to do that, trying to circumvent the rules in that way to load off some of the pain on something connected to him, that crystal rebounds against him, and it doubles the agony he feels. A sort of way to prevent cheaters that Victor was not fully prepared for. Or someone who would try to circumvent the rules too much. He staggers. His fiendish nature, suddenly this liability. Thalia seizes the moment. She channels this storm energy to numb her pain receptors while unleashing this lightning-enhanced striped barrage. She now dominates, her Elysian pride driving her to this overwhelming fury. Yet, her advantage proves temporary. Although she's able to pursue Victor, unleashing a torrent of strikes to him, she overextends, disastrously so. A massive strike that should have ended the fight instead leaves her vulnerable to that shared backlash. The final phase now upon us. Victor rides into the pain of his the devilish nature that he can't escape. Thalia fights through agony, her pride refuses to acknowledge, and Garrett this whole time has just slow and steady been fighting back and forth, not overextending or overexerting, just doing what he needed to in that moment to survive. But as both of his combatants are weak, now Garrett alone embraces the trial's true purpose, and he transforms that shared suffering into this protective strength. All 3 of them try to pour everything they have into one final exchange, but Garrett is the only one who has enough constitution to survive this final blow. Victor collapses first, Thalia following moments later, both yielding, and Garrett stands alone, bloodied and unbroken, his willingness to suffer for others proving strongest. He immediately kneels down beside his 2 contestants and exchanges a few healing words as well as a few healing hands to try and help them back up to their feet. And with that, the 6th trial concludes, with Seraphina, Bjorn, and Garrett arriving victorious. And with that, there is only one more trial left tomorrow. That is a private trial that only the King's Hand will be privy to, where the contestants must face down something that truly haunts them. So, this is the final trial that the public will see. Lady Marianne, she stands and surveys the aftermath, the 3 victors. They stand before her, and she says, You all have shown that true strength not lies in the ability to inflict pain, but a willingness to bear it for others. Tomorrow, these contestants will face their final test, one only for the king's hand to see. And soon, the nation of Adaria will have its new sentinel. And with that, all three contestants, there are cheers from the audience that was watching, and the contestants will head off back to greet their the individuals that are here, or to recover and lick their wounds before getting back into the conversations and politicking that happens here at the trial, or at the Sentinel Festival. So, with that, the trial has concluded. Everybody back to the Skyhaven Festival.
So proud of Garrett getting some points.
Oh yeah, boy. All right.
Honestly,
He needed a win.
he needed one. He's not been doing well.
So with that, after a rather grueling trial, one of the ones, I mean, aside from Thalia in the maze, where they had suffered the most physical damage, right, where they were legitimately injured and hurt, most of the Sentinels stick to their quarters for this evening, recovering their wounds, preparing for whatever is in store for them tomorrow. On this night in particular, is there anything anybody wants to do? Or are we just heading straight to tomorrow?
Do it.
Do it.
Yeah, Via's gonna go to Xanthi's room.
I don't see why you're so upset about that.
Some of the police.
Yeah, she's gonna knock on her door after standing and staring at it for a while.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I imagine Xanthi has like no inkling on what the hell this is about. So, you know, she's just been like in her room just chilling out, doing some embroidery, you know, life is good. And she's just gonna open the door and imagine seeing glum Via.
Mm-hmm. Hi, can I come in?
You may. Why are you upset?
Oh, you're about to be. And she'll just kind of walk in. And then she'll kind of like awkwardly stand and be like, "Well, you should maybe sit down."
Kind of just like folds her like arms.
I mean, you don't have to. I'm just trying to be nice.
Are you all right?
You would tell us if you made a pact with any entity, right?
What kind of a question is that?
I redirect too when I don't want to answer the question.
It's not redirection, Octavia.
Seraphina saw something outside of your tiefling lineage. And I went to see her to make sure, you know, I understood what she was trying to say.
But you know
it
we are
doesn't-
not going to be speaking with any of the participants like that.
Xanthi, this is about you, and I don't care about the fucking rules. Did you make a pact with anything at all? Because that's what she saw. It's not just tiefling nature, is what she was saying. And I'm telling you this because I know I've done something where I get into this big mistake because I made a bad or dumb, idiotic choice. And that doesn't sound like you. None of this sounds like you.
I'm just gonna go over to where Via is, and she's just gonna grab your hands and kind of like move you so you can sit on her bed.
Okay.
Because obviously, you know, Via's getting a little flustered. Do you, in all honesty, believe I would ever be the kind of person to do such a thing, Octavia?
I don't.
As I can promise you, I would never.
I know you wouldn't. And
I do not know what you've spoken to Seraphina about, but she's always evidently had her judgments towards both myself and Victor.
well, her judgments about Victor aren't entirely unfounded.
Beyond just what she was saying in that room.
I know, and I understand that, but this is more than just something petty, Xanthi. And I think we really, really, really need to take this seriously.
There is nothing to take seriously. I assure you of that.
Would you
I
at
don't
least
like
be willing?
that whatever she's saying is evidently planting something in your mind.
I think you need to talk to her. I asked her if she'd be willing to talk to you. Look, she also is a stubborn person and might be a little bit of a bitch, but bitchiness doesn't really go hand in hand with sabotaging the relationship with my sister. Like, that's not gonna happen. Why would she do that? And I knew you would react this way because it's really hard to fathom. But I think if you can, before or when, even after the Sentinel Festival, I just needed you to know that I got this information. She gave it to me because, let's be fair, you also were not the most receptive in our meeting with her. So why she gave it to me, gave me the information, and I wanted to confront her about it because that's a huge accusation. And now I'm telling you. And I don't think we should just shove this off as her being petty.
Do you believe her then?
I don't know what she sees. But I know that's her job that she's been doing for a very long time. What I don't believe is that you are evil and like want to be all tied up in fiend shit. I don't want to be tied up in the dragon's triarchy bullshit.
Those are different things, Octavia.
They are. Correct.
What I mean is I had no part in what I am.
She's not saying it has to do with your nature.
She's suggesting I have a pact.
And I'm worried about how the hell that would even be a thing. We know we're under attack, like us as the heirs. So how would that even be a thing? We need to think about it and not just be like, oh,
She could be wrong.
let's find out if she's wrong.
We still need to keep the rules of what this festival is.
I
Lest any of it be
understand.
seen as illegitimate. If it will make you feel better, I can speak to her afterwards.
Yes. That would. And you gotta like her. But she's a tool, so we might as well use it. And I know
What upsets me is that you would accuse me of such things.
I'm not accusing you, I'm looking out for you. How do you not see that that's what I'm doing? Somebody told me something awful, and before just like say turning around and being like, oh, Xanthi made a pact with the devil, I went to go find more information, and I'm telling you now because I think this is important.
Right, well, like I said, I will speak with her after the festival. It is nothing. I assure you of that. You can have a little bit of faith in me.
I have so much faith in you, Xanthi. Alright, well, that was it. Have a good night. And she'll get up and leave.
Did you, before she heads out,
Mm.
did you at least get, in part, what you wanted from Thalia?
It just sounds like I need to go to Alicia because no one will tell me anything.
I'm sorry this is hard, Octavia.
Me too. Really, I am. And I'm in your corner. I'm not your enemy.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, she'll nod and then leave, actually, this time.
Okay. All right. Sounds good to me. So with that, all of you head off and head to bed, except for Merrick. You wish to go check in on Talon?
Yes.
Yeah. So as you head down the hall and eventually to the King's Chambers, you can see the two Crown Claw Knights that are standing guard at the door. They sort of nod, one heads inside, and he comes back out and says,
I am sorry, my prince, but the king has retired for the eve. If you'd like, I can wake him for you.
How was he doing today?
He was finding some strength, my prince. He's doing better than he was. We've ensured that there are no more training incidents within. And although he is bedridden for now, the High Arbiter is confident that in a day or two he'll be back on his feet.
He should get his rest then. Please tell him that I came to see him and would like to speak to him at his earliest convenience.
Of course, my prince.
Merrick will leave.
okay. All right. Sounds good. So with that.
What?
Huh?
I have one more.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, since we're going to bed, Kaylin is going to purposely put Samson on the floor tonight. She's gonna cross her arms over her chest and she's gonna say, Some friend you are. You're not sleeping on the bed. You can sleep over there. You should turn her back to him. Nope, I don't want to hear it. You're supposed to be my friend, and you are not. Sleep elsewhere. And she's gonna get under her blanket and, like, cover her head with her blanket.
Kaylin, you hear some more grumbles from the floor.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable, isn't it? It's uncomfortable when friends keep secrets from you. It's uncomfortable when you don't know the whole truth of things. She ignores him.
He gestures above, behind you.
She throws a pillow at him.
Pushes the pillow off. And he'll get on top of the pillow and sort of like scratch it a bit, gnaw on it, and lay down on it.
After a while, she'll kind of like stare up at the ceiling. I'm just tired of everyone keeping things from me. You're supposed to be my best friend.
Wow.
Yeah, well, no one else. It doesn't even matter.
Oh, wow.
I just don't understand why Bjorn isn't telling me everything. It doesn't make any sense. We're not supposed to... And you.
Wow.
I thought you were my friend.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Ugh. I'm gonna put her pillow over her ears so she doesn't have to listen to him whine anymore. Good night. That's it. She's got no more interactions with him.
All right.
It's exhausted the dialogue tree.
Sounds good. All 7 noises Samson made. It's fun being a soundboard. Okay. All right. Kaylin heads to bed. The rest of you head to sleep. Merrick, the morning of, before the final trial takes place, one of the Crown Claw Knights does come to your door in the morning and says that your father is happy to speak with you this morning before the trial.
Merrick will go see him.
Okay. All right. So you're let in immediately, and Talon is sort of sitting at his desk. The High Arbiter is in the room. Both of them are having a conversation. There's a collection of like glasses and tinctures and medicinal herbs that are kind of off to the side as they're chatting. And he says, "Oh, my boy, I'm sorry that I missed you last night. Many of these medicines that the High Arbiter has me on, they have me retiring a little bit earlier than what I'm used to."
I understand. It's not a problem.
Yes,
If you're able to rest, you should.
I agree. If this is a private conversation, I'd be more than happy to leave the two of you to it then. Yes, please.
Thank
High
you.
Arbiter. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Well, Prince Merrick, it is always a great pleasure to see you. Good luck in the final trial today. Hopefully whatever you find out is conclusive enough to ensure that the sentinel you all pick is the best one for Adaria.
Thank you. We will choose wisely.
I hope so. And with that, he'll stand and he'll head out. Well,
what was it you wanted to speak about, my boy?
Well, first, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm feeling better than I did the other day, but still a little weary, but I think that has more to do with the medicine than my own self.
And the arm?
Much better now. Cleaned and it's on the mend. Even though the magic has never worked, I always bounce back quick from injuries.
Merrick will sit down across from Talon. I have many questions. I don't know if you can answer them all, but I have to ask anyway. My first question. With Edwin, you made him a diplomat to an entire nation. Xanthi, you had her lead the guard in the capital city, and after that, she now spends much of her time. Some say it's just planning parties, but I know that there's a lot of influence and politicking there. It's just the way of things. Kaylin, you put her in a position where she was seen amongst some people that perhaps don't get a lot of attention. Put her in a position where she could really help people, where she could be seen. And Via, you gave quite literally the best education that money can buy in Eteria. So when it came to me, why birds?
Talon will sort of look across the room to the House Falkrest banner. Has a falcon on it.
Do you know the reason why Horus and Nisea chose that as the emblem of House Falkrest? The banner we flew many, many, many years ago at our ancestral home within the deserts of Nakaru.
I'm just gonna say Merrick doesn't know. No.
Birds, they have an inclination to find shelter and water. More so than most other animals. And not just that, but it's the distance they can go. Just like us. When we made that dangerous trek across the Starwind Channel and the Dragon Strait, when we landed near Adaria's lands, we didn't just find shelter, peace. We found people that needed us as much as we needed them. Birds, hawks, falcons, eagles, these regal creatures, they are as much a part of our house as the heraldry on the walls, as much as you and me. It's symbolic. Truthfully, it was. Your mother always wanted you to be the proud son of House Veltaris. A sailor through and through, a warrior who would cut pirate throats and talk down merchants to get the best rates for their city. But I knew that's never what you wanted. Ever since you were little, I always remember. Dad, I want to be a knight one day. I want to I want to be like Eddard Warrendel, and I want to slay dragons, and I want to go to tourneys, and I want to be cheered and celebrated. And as you got older, you spoke less and less about that, but you still went to tourneys. You still wanted that. The men and women of House Veltaris, they aren't knights. They don't do what they do to give people a shield, to make them feel safe. They do it because it's what's best for House Veltaris. It's not entirely selfish. And I don't mean to demonize them either, but when people think of House Falkcrest, they know that it's House Falkcrest that saved them from the King in Crimson. That's what they know. Heroes. That's what House Falkcrest is. That's what it always will be. And then on top of that, all of that aside, incredibly important letters arrived at the Rookery and Dragon's End. Who would hand-deliver those letters? You would. The most powerful lords and ladies and foreign dignitaries of all the realms that would come to Dragon's End and stay there. You would deliver those letters. And you might think that there's no great honor in being a male character, but you couldn't be more wrong. In good news and in bad news that they would receive, they would see you. Being a prince, being a king, being a leader isn't just about prosperity and the good times, but it's about delivering and understanding that the bad times are inevitable. To each leader they come and they go. And the sooner you learn to deliver that on top of the good, the better. I hope that makes sense. But that's the reason. It wasn't to lock you away in a tower like some princess in a fairy tale. Don't flatter yourself like that. I wasn't trying to keep suitors away. That's very obvious. Sorry.
Okay. When I first started doing it, I thought it was a punishment for what happened.
No, my boy. We all let our rage get the best of us sometimes. I would never hold that against you, that moment. I would never hold that against you. You were and still are so young. What's important to me is that with every other moment that you live and breathe, you try to prove that you are not that. That's what matters. We all succumb to weaknesses and rage and spite. But in place of those feelings, what do? Do we embrace them wholly? Or do we try to prove that we're not that person? And that's what you prove to me every day.
I envied them, you know? Birds. They would just fly with such certainty, just knowing exactly where to go. I just feel like I've never known what the right path is. Still don't. But you said the right thing is something we discover on the way. Something like that, right?
It is. I did.
I think you and I need to have we need to talk about the dragons.
All right.
I don't know if we made a mistake, or maybe I won't know until it's too late. But I think with everything going on, I don't know if revealing that we have them right now is the best option.
Merrick, if there is one thing that has been made evidently clear, and I'd hope that you would picked up on it, although secrets, we perceive them to try and protect us. They only do harm. The longer we keep the secret, the worse it looks when it does come out. Because eventually, the truth will be heard about where they were found and how they were found. And although it might be whispers, nobility and the peasantry and everything in between learn that we had kept this secret for months and months and months, maybe even years. The damage it could do. And on top of that, imagine how much harder it'll be when those eggs hatch. Dragons are beautiful creatures. Very, very similar to those regal birds. With intelligence and wit that is so much sharper than what most humans can even begin to comprehend. Don't string me up for treason. I've encountered a few on my journey. And that's why I feel that these dragons in particular, I think they will be for the best of the Darien. I do.
As do I.
Good.
I think we're at a turning point of something incredible happening. But I will support whatever you want to do. But I want you to really hear me when I say this. If you think the truth should come out, then I believe the whole truth should come out. I know we talked about how the plan was to say that we'd all watch over the dragon. I think we should tell the people that it is bonded to me. And we say that the other members of the King's Hand are what's going to make sure that we don't get out of line. Father, I saw the look on your face when You came to speak to Edwin after he was attacked. And I'm sorry you had to go through anything like that. But if this knowledge of dragons needs to come out, I don't want to be the reason that Via, Xanthi, Kalen, Edwin, I don't want to be the reason any of them get hurt. If someone comes, I'd rather they just come for me.
Very valiant, my boy. And if that's what you wish, the dragon is bonded to you after all. And much has been made very clear by Solara's reports. And that is what we'll do. That's what you want, but I fear that in the coming days, weeks, months, and years, based off what has already happened in these past few weeks, dragon or no dragon, all of you are marked by something. So perhaps, instead of trying to be that martyr, you become a watchful falcon of your own, watching over your siblings, all right? After all, you'll have an extra pair of eyes to help you.
I know you question Mother's training, but more than a fighter, more than a killer, she did make me a survivor. I believe that I can endure this, Father. I just ask that that faith you put into me, in Faith Spire, you do again.
I've never had a lack of faith in any of you, Merrick. I believe in all of you. And I know that with whichever storm comes, you will survive and all of your siblings will survive. But because you are together, it's not on you to weather it all alone, even though sometimes it might feel that way. I guarantee you that if you were drowning, each one of your siblings would be there to pull you out where others would not. I promise you that.
I know. It's part of why I need to do this. Because I know even if someone does come, they won't just let it happen. Thank you.
And I want you to know, before you head off to this final trial, I am proud of the man you've grown to be, the man you're still becoming. I know that you will prove yourself worthy of Volkrest and Veltaris because you already have. To me, at least, I can tell you that much. And I just hope one day, someday very soon, that you see it yourself.
I hope so too.
All right. Oh. I will not be in attendance to this trial, as it is only for the King's Hand and the Archmage, but I look forward to hearing about what you discover.
Will do. Get some more rest if you can.
I will.
Merrick will see himself out.
All right. So with that, Merrick, you leave. And all of you begin to convene for trial number 7. Now, was there anything else anybody wanted to do before the 7th and final trial?
No.
It's happening.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
We finished this bitch.
Woo woo woo.
Okay.
7-way tie.
You're all
Nah.
sentinel.
We thought it'd be better to
Sentinels
have
were the
7.
friends we made along the way.
We have Avengers now.
We have the Avengers. That's crazy. All right. Let me do that. Hello? There we go. Okay. Let me just double check something real quick. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Hoi, hoi, hoi. Bop, bop. And then I just need to do one of these doohickeys and one of these. No, too much. There we go. All right. So, with that, all of you head into one of the deeper corridors of Skyhaven to a private hall. An area big enough for all of you. There is a table set up, and the only one that is here is the 5 of you, the Archmage, and each contestant, one by one, to enter, to go through the trial here, and to come out on the other end. So, this trial is the burden of truth.
Ooh.
So, let me go ahead and cue it up real quick. Okay. Purple smoke. Okay. So, in this modest hall, tucked deep away into Skyhaven's lower reaches, it's far from the ceremonial grandeur of the main trials, but there is this final test that awaits. The room is very simple. Stone walls marked with countless practice sessions. There are weapons racked, weapon racks pushed to the side to create this open space, and a narrow window that there are these glimpses of gray autumn sky. Archmage Morgana Umbrin stands in the center, her robes dark, seeming to absorb the pale light filtering through the chamber. Her violet eyes hold this weight as she addresses the King's Hand, who have gathered as the only witnesses of this most personal trial.
It should be known to all of you that magic can reveal many things, including those that many would rather keep buried. Each contestant will face what they have tried to forget, what haunts their dreams, what makes them question their worth. And I like to believe by them confronting these shadows, they can prove that they are ready to guard others from similar darkness. There is one caveat I must give before we begin. These visions they see might not be the deepest, most inner truth, the most clear reality. It is what they perceive to be the truth is. The burdens they carry with them, as exaggerated as they may be. So know that with whatever you see here, There is a shred of truth to it, but there is also a grave weight of personal bias that influences as well. It is pulled directly from them, so it is influenced by them as well. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Very well.
She will go out and she will retrieve Lord Garrett Greenmont. He stands in the center of the room where there are these runes that have been painted into the floor. And Morgana begins to channel her magic, and after about 10 minutes, the runes glow. And this smoke begins to wrap around Garrett and dissipate as the smoke fades and eventually coalesces into various forms.
You hear a woman's voice. Garrett, it's not right. You need to let go, Garrett. No. No, no, no. This is not... I did not agree to this. Garrett, please. Please just let go. We're in pain. The longer you try to bring us back, the harder you pull, the worse it gets for us, please.
No. And you can see he pulls his sword out, and he immediately begins to point it towards this apparition.
I will not succumb to this trickery. This is a lie. This is a lie. You are trying to deceive me, and I will not have it. I can bring them back. I can bring them back.
And you can see he sort of lashes out at this smoke, cuts away, dissipates. The voices stop for a moment, and eventually more return, more voices. Not the same, but a younger child's voice as well.
Please, Dad. Please. I'm tired. Please. Please don't make me. Very well. I don't want to let go. You'll be gone. If you're not there, I don't know.
And you see he kind of will reach into one of the larger pouches off to his side, and he'll sort of unclasp it, and he'll pull out a tome.
I could bring you back. I could.
You can see the specters just look at him, staring deeply towards him, these foggy apparitions. And there is a long moment of silence as he looks back and forth between the book and up to them. But he'll set the book down and pick up a loose stone from the side and strike it against the blade. Sparks fly. Again and again and again until eventually the book catches flame. You can hear these whispers in the smoke. Sighs of relief. And eventually the smoke recesses. And Garrett looks down at the book now. Embers, not a page of it legible anymore.
When I was a much younger man, before all the trials and tourneys, I was in love and we had a child, and necromancers, undead, killed. That is the reason why I knew so much of necromancy when they attacked the Thornfield lands. I was able to use it then. I just wanted to bring them back. I didn't realize it hurt them so.
And Morgana will look to you. The trial is completed for him. That wasn't part of it. He didn't need to say that, but he did. And he will stand, and he'll leave the book behind as he'll go to exit if there's nothing else all of you have to say.
Lord Garrett. My instructor told me that the hardest battles we ever fight are those with ourselves. I was honored to see you fight today. And Merrick will just fist to chest, just sign of respect to Garrett.
Thank you.
And he'll nod and walk off. Okay. With that, Brenna enters. She steps forward, and the smoke will envelop her as well. And what she sees is the stone corridors of House Eldrin's lands within the mountains. Same corridors that she would traverse hunting the face spiders. But all of you see the phase spiders moving along the walls with these faces on them. Faces of children. Ones that bear a striking resemblance to Brenna herself. You hear the spiders, the phase spiders, say, "Mom, where are you? Mom? Mama, are you there? Are we playing hide and seek again, Mama? Mom?" And it's strange. You see her avoiding them. You see her moving throughout the corridors, trying to avoid the calls from these space spiders, from these creatures. You can see on her face guilt and shame and pain and fear But then she steels herself. And you don't see any confrontation from her. You see cold stoicism. As a bolt launches at one, killing it, as the phase spider curls up and dies, and another, and another, and another. But they don't die from the bolt itself. It's like they get sick. They whittle away, alone, afraid, calling for their mother. Brenna doesn't acknowledge, she doesn't try and console. She buries it. And the smoke slowly dissipates. And you can see the runes, they stay illuminated, even as Brenna goes to leave the circle, not saying anything to all of you. As Morgana will look to all of you, and she'll say, as Brenna is leaving, like not, trying to conceal this from Brenna at all.
She did complete the trial, but unsuccessfully. Not in the way that it was intended.
Okay. All right. Brenna leaves. Bjorn comes in. Bjorn, before he steps in, he looks to Morgana and he'll say,
I'm telling you this for your own safety. Because of my connection to the world of spirits, be careful what you pry out. I would not go too deep. It could bridge a gap between these illusions and potentially reality.
Morgana will look to all of you. Like, should I believe him?
The trial will be held the same for each participant.
Very well.
If you wish to concede, you may concede.
I would never.
Otherwise, we'll go ahead as scheduled.
And he'll step into the circle before you finish talking, Xanthi. So, with that, the trial proceeds. The smoke emerges from the runes, but feeds into Bjorn, and the smoke changes. No longer this purple hue, but one of pale white and green. You hear a woman's voice.
You left her, Bjorn. You abandoned her. Not only that, you abandoned all of us when we were attacked. What was so important that you could not be there for us? You could have saved me, Bjorn. You could have made sure that she,
pointing back towards you, Kaelin,
that she never wound up in this accursed place, having to deal with these foul entities. She could have stayed safe.
and the spirit will turn to you, Kaelin.
I am sorry, my dear, that this happened to you. It was never your path. It was never what I wanted, what any of us wanted for you. You were meant to stay safe at home, but Bjorn, abandoned us when we needed him most. Isn't that right, Bjorn? Senna, I know that is not you. It is not. You foul, interloper. You are not Senua. You will understand what it means to suffer on this day for trying to deceive.
You see the woman, she looks back to you, Kaylin. She walks outside of the circle, moving towards the table. Please don't let him hurt me, Kaylin. Kaylin, please don't let him hurt me. Kaylin, as she grabs so Merrick, yours are on top of Kaylin's. You feel solid hands on yours, on both of yours, gripping into you. Please, Kaylin, please, don't let him hurt me. Don't, please.
Stop.
You can see Bjorn steps out of the circle. His physical form staying behind, but that sort of like spiritual form moving through as he grips onto that spirit and throws it back towards the arena. You can see on both of your hands, it leaves these scratches. Both of you take damage. Both of you take 7 points of necrotic damage.
Jeez.
Okay.
As it shrieks and wails as Bjorn grabs it and throws it back in and says, "No! You will not harm any of them!" And you can see there is this, like, manifestation of dread almost around him. This spiritual beast that he becomes and shifts and just begins to attack. The creature wails and cries, but it does not stand a chance against Bjorn. As the creature is sort of like wailing and crying, Kaylin, you see Bjorn tearing into Senua, tearing into your mother as you remember her.
No, she's gonna put her head down and I'll watch.
Yeah. And Kaylin, as you do that, you hear the spirit say, "Kaylin, please." Kaylin. Seeing as you're not paying attention. Fine. If you won't listen, then Bjorn, why don't you speak on where you were, what you were doing on that day? I'm sure that this prestigious collective would like to know why you weren't there, why you let that village suffer. Should they know? Or is it a secret you will keep because your oaths prohibit you from speaking on it? We spirits, we are not bound by the same rules. We can speak. Shall I tell them? Bjorn continues to maul into the creature, severing like threads of spirit from threads of spirit. As the specter kind of yells out in agony, we'll say, "One of you, tell him to stop, and I'll tell you why he wasn't there. I will tell it to you plain and honest why he was not there, but you must get him to stop. Please, please." You see, it looks to you, Xanthi. And you can see its form shifts into one that you've only seen in paintings, that of Elendara, of your grandmother. "Please, Xanthi, please tell it to stop. I know how much you hate this infernal, blasted creature. Please, please. I know of your curse. I can help you with it. Please." Shifting into your mother, Octavia. "Octavia, in Alicia, they hurt me. But I can tell you how. I can tell you where I am, how you can save me. Please. Please. Please help me." Octavia, at a loss for words, it turns to you, Merrick. And you can see it shifts and changes into this strange creature, one deep in the ocean.
I know what you seek also. I can guide you there. One of salt and sea. Please tell it to stop. Tell it to stop.
And you can hear even in its voice that churning, that undulating that you had heard near the sea, and eventually it looks to Edwin. And you can see it shifts to a woman of raven hair, olive skin, and green eyes.
You know my face. Please. My son, Edwin. I would love to hold you in my arms again, Edwin. And it's not too late. There's still a chance. You can still find me, Edwin. I promise you. I promise you.
Caitlin's going to finally look up. And she's going to stand. And she's just going to say, "Stop! You are a creature of lies. And the Great Serpent will not have you. Go back to the shadows where you belong. Bjorn, please finish what you have started."
Bjorn tears into its chest and begins to rip as it cries out in this final, death throe pain. It says, "You, Bjorn, will always be a slave to him. You know you will, no matter what you do." As Bjorn rips it and tears it to pieces, eventually the smoke fades to nothingness as Bjorn reclaims his physical form.
I tried to warn you. I tried.
So within earshot of the Sibs, Xanthia's gonna just say very pointedly at obviously Caitlin, but she's not looking at her.
It's not your place to interfere with trials.
Shut up. Do not speak to me right now.
He'll look to the Archmage and say,
I apologize for the inconvenience to your trial. If you would wish, I will endure it again, so it may go as you had planned. I am not afraid. I am at peace with the choices I have made in life.
Morgana will look to all of you.
I think we've seen enough.
Yes, we have.
Very well.
He will bow, and when he comes back up, he'll say,
Do not believe the voices you hear from that realm. They see a part of you that you think you have concealed. They can see echoes of your life far beyond what you think they can. They do not speak the truth. They speak what truth they think you want to believe.
and with that, he'll head out. Morgana will note that the smoke does recede successfully. Even though it was only half under her control that entire time, it was a successful trial. Okay. All right. Now we have Victor. So Victor will come in and say, I must ask, this is truly necessary?
You wish to concede your placement as sentient.
Oh my goodness, concede this, concede that. All right, okay, I'll go. You see as he turns away from all of you, there is a bit of a shiver down his spine. He is very nervous about this. he'll step forward. And the smoke will begin to envelop him. And eventually, as it begins to dissipate, you see a collection of robed individuals sort of communing over a fire at the center of them, a group of 5 or 6 of them. I know what this is going to look like, but this was part of their plan. This is why they succeeded. This is why they almost succeeded. I did what I had to do to prevent a portal to the Shadowfell opening in Meldaris. I think that justifies some of what I did. I know that morally it wasn't good, but I had to do it. As you see, the worst thing that this could do is, instead of making Victor re-experience it from his own eyes or have something confront him, it makes Victor watch. As these scholars, really, they look off towards all of you, and they hear a voice like Victor's, but darker, more evil, speak. Yelling at them, telling the scholars to give him information on the Shadowfell, on this cult, knowing he's working with them. They beg, they plead, they throw their hands up. They have nothing on the Shadowfell. They know nothing about what he's trying to investigate. And you can see Victor, he grabs one of them, and with a hellish blade, he slashes at their throat and throws them to the ground and says, "Now will you tell me the truth?" They cry out, they scream for help, they try to run off, but they're bound in place by infernal magic. One by one, he kills them. Until the last. The last gives him what he wants. Private texts on the Shadowfell that was kept by this church in particular, this bastion of knowledge. They were supposed to protect. But they were not supposed to allow to fall into any hands other than those of their order. And you see Victor kneel down to the one and say,
I was in here only days ago asking for help, telling you what I saw. But you would not help me. You would not believe me. Tell me, how did that work out for you? I'm curious.
He sort of looks over the corpses.
Not very well. Not at all. I think the main problem is, if I let you live, the heroic backstory is not nearly as believable if there's someone sprouting lies about what I'd done. Plus, I can't think of anything more cruel than leaving you alone here to have to clean up all this mess. This is a favor, then. And I know that you are working for them. no matter how many lies and beliefs you may have. I know you. At least that's what I tell myself, isn't it, Victor?
As Victor stands to look at himself. But you can see he kind of breaks away. Large curled horns emerge. Broken. Or the skin kind of breaks and cracks in different places as these, like, sulfurous smoke plumes begin to emerge. The feet shift to these hooved feet. And the tail grows much thicker and larger.
I gave you the power to move through their wards. Yes, innocent scholars they were. Truthfully, you know it. But it was my pact, our pact, that let you do that. Isn't it just refreshing to finally be able to confront that? To see what a monster you looked like.
I know that you are not the real him, so why don't we just get this over with? I did something horrendous, and I feel horrendous about it. There we go. Trial concluded, yes? There's no change in the entities. I don't know what you want me to say or what you want me to do. I recognize that what I did was monstrous. And I recognize that the only reason that I did it is because you convinced me that there was no other way. What was I supposed to do? They wouldn't talk to me. They wouldn't even look at me when I went in there asking for help. So, what was I supposed to do then? Talking to a shadow. I do not regret stopping that cult. I never will. I wish that I could have done things differently in that moment. And I wish that I never made a deal with you. Even if it means I was still a half-wit bard strumming strings on the side of the road. I would be happier if I did not have you. Now, how's that, you piece of shit smoke? Kind of disapparates and breaks away. And the smoke slowly fades. Partial, but not seemingly as intended. As Morgana will look to all of you and say,
It is a success, but he still has much he needs to confront.
Well, there you go. There you have it. The dark part of my backstory. Great. And he is going to walk out. All right. Then we have Thalia. Thalia will enter and she will approach the circle. Fine, no apprehension, no batting against it. Confident, ready to endure the trial. And from her, you see as that smoke envelops her and then fades away, there is a entity that forms this massive, beautiful sphinx. You You see it sort of folds its paws. You can see its face gaunt and cracked. The internal magics of the creature leaking. It speaks slow and with purpose.
Thalia, you must. You must stop them, Thalia. They are connected to him, I know. They prevent your charter and your passage. You must go to Methera, and you must do what is necessary, Thalia. Go. Free Elysia of this curse. And free Adaria of its curse.
It fades away. And you can see 3 individuals approach. 3 Elysian individuals. They greet her with smiles. Ah, Leah, there you are. It is so good to see you. It's been so long since you've been to Methera. We missed you a great deal. It is... I know you are passionate about what you wish to do in Adaria, but you know that we cannot allow you to go. It is just not... It's not right. With what you wish to do, with what Delphonis told you to do, it's wrong, Thalia. No. This is not what happened. This is not what happened. This is a trick. Plain and simple. You can see that she pulls the spear and she'll just cut through the 3 spirits. And you can see that they reapparate, larger, stronger, more vicious and angry. Why did you kill us, Thalia? We wanted to make sure you stayed home so you didn't grow to be some monster. That is what we tried to save you from, Thalia. No, that is not it. That is not it. You didn't wish for me to have what any Elysian wishes. I wanted to be something greater than myself, and that is what you didn't want. You wish to stifle me. That is what you wanted. And she will jump up, and these bolts of lightning will descend from her, causing the entire room around all of you to illuminate and to glow. And these bright flashes of gold and blue. They're cut away, but then they grow back even more. This time gripping onto her, pinning her to the ground, screaming at her about how she murdered them. With this disguise of honor and doing what is right, that they were evil because they wanted to stop her from growing to be something more than this hero's journey she wished to go on. That it was truthfully just about ambition and this unfulfilled desire to be as great as Elysian heroes of the past. You can see that she fights back continually. More bolts of lightning, more slashes and pierces of spear, denying through and through that she did this purely out of ambition and a desire to be remembered to be great, that it was to help. She swears, tears streaming from her face, screaming, till eventually those spirits grow too large for her to fight back against. as they smother her. Eventually, the smoke dissipates. And Morgana will look to all of you and shake her head no. I swear, I did not come here because of ambition or a desire to just be a hero or any of that. I came to help. That is why I came here. I came to help.
Thank you, Thalia.
And she'll storm off. Okay.
Just before we go to the next
Yeah.
peeps, with Victor, were the stone smokes everything happy, or was that only like a half pass?
Half pass, just like Brennan's.
Okay, cool. And then Thalia's is just a fail.
Yeah.
Also, I'm going to drop a quick cure wounds into Kalen and myself.
Seems good.
First one's for you, second one's for me, Kayla.
You're so kind.
Well, almost.
You're not so kind.
Saved the best one for myself.
Yeah, I knew it was going to roll that way. Spike. Could have not healed
Hey, you
you
know what?
all. Edwin
I'm
didn't
almost
offer.
back at full, buddy. It's all good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Thalia.
All right. Next up, Seraphina. She will enter and she will stand in the circle. The smoke will envelop. And as it dissipates, there is an identical Seraphina that forms. So much so where it's incredibly hard to tell the two from each other. They stare each other up and down, and they begin to mimic each other. Perfectly, exactly, matching word for word for word, as they both speak in time. No. You would... This is not... This is not right. Eventually, in the spot where Seraphina stood, it begins to shift and change. The hair begins to grow a stark white. These horns begin to grow from the forehead and curl back, the feet shifting to be these hooved monstrosities. In parts, her body sort of shifting to be scale-like skin as opposed to that of divine flesh. She looks down with horror as the normal Seraphina looks at her with disgust and will brandish her weapon, and the two will begin to fight, one with claws and fire and the other one with this radiant spear. But that divine energy, it falls flat on this demonic form. This possessed self mocks Seraphina. You hold your pride, your self-righteousness. You were a soldier rank and file. You killed demons and devils, yes, but that does not make you a champion of the light. In fact, you succumbed to more wounds than you inflicted. You were a worthless soldier, which is why you succumbed to the Hell Plague. Which is why you are not fit to serve in the Hells anymore, and it is why you are not fit for Celestia anymore. You are flawed. You are weak. You can see that Seraphina, she fights back. She tries to, but eventually she stops fighting. And you see she actually sort of glances to Octavia. And then back to this demonic form.
You all right? I have held myself of too much self-importance. Unearned. And one day I may grow to be like you. But as long as I breathe, even if I am corrupted by hell plague, I will ensure that the fiends of the hells and of the abyss will not influence this plane. And I recognize there is still a great deal of work that needs to be done for that.
And you can see that the demonic form says,
but there is so much power to be had with me to fight back those fiends. If you embrace that hellish lineage, you can kill them so much more easily. Just embrace it, Seraphina. I know the other path if you do not. Embrace it and learn from it, or you will become what you sought to destroy. No. No amount of evil, no evil like that would I ever succumb to. Regardless of how I may have been tempted in the past.
and you can see that she just steps away from that beacon of power, and it will fade. And Morgana will look to all of you as the smoke fades, and she will nod, as in a success. Seraphina will step out of the circle and look to all of you and say,
as this festival nears its end, I must say my desire from the beginning has been to ensure that the people of Adaria are not controlled by the same devils that infected me. I was rude, and I did not respect your traditions and values. And for that, I apologize, regardless of what happens in the next few days. I want all of you to know that I have learned a great deal about Adaria, its people, and for that I am thankful.
Thank you, Thalia. Oh. Seraphina, fuck!
"Who? Bitch!" Throw your spear at him.
Fair. Reasonable crash out.
She just starts killing us now. She's like, that's not right.
Yeah, that's
You are
right,
the
John.
danger.
Oh, sorry, Ryan. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so,
He's not even here.
with that, Seraphina will give a small bow and she will leave. And with that, our final contestant in the final trial, Astarius. He enters. He will give a small nod of his head, and he'll step into the circle. The smoke will envelop and then dissipate, revealing the true Astarius. Similar in shape and form, but you can see slung around his waist is a rapier. One that seems to have a fractured blade to it. Like split off into 9 or 10 different fragments, but they all cling together, kind of frozen in this stasis.
Astarius, you are here. I'm so happy to see you. Do you do this to mock me? To masquerade as me? I thought we were to die together. That is what we always said, is that our adventures would end together. And yet here you are. You wear my face, you hold my memories, and yet you have no idea what hurt you've caused me. Hurt I will never feel. Pain that exists in the spaces between this world. Friend, I am sorry. I thought that this is what you would have wanted. To carry on your legacy, to help people. I had the chance, and so I thought. You only wish to save yourself. A weapon older than I ever could conceive, harvested from the very fibers of time itself, and you think I wanted that? I would have gladly traded places with you, so I could have lived. You do not mean that. You do not. You don't feel guilt or remorse for it either. It's what you believe, so it's true, right? No, I do. I do, because you are how I feel. That is what the magic of this chamber does. I can feel it. I don't like it. Stop. Towards, Morgana. Morgana doesn't, as that's the trial. He says, "Stop! Now, I don't like this. This isn't how I feel. It's not truthfully how I feel. I know he would have been happy to have me do this. I know it. No, I wouldn't have. We always said that our adventure ended together, and now you masquerade as me. You wear my face. And yet you have no idea what they all mean. I do. I'm sorry. I guess in that moment I was scared. And so I left. I'm sorry, Astarius. but I know that's not you. I will never speak to you. You'll never hear my words.
You can see the Astarius fades away as the Astarius that all of you have grown to know will sort of sit down as the smoke dissipates and fades. And he doesn't say anything, he just kind of sits there.
Astarius.
Oh, I'm sorry. All of you need to talk. I will leave.
No. It's all good. But thank you for being willing to complete this trial.
And he nods, and he'll walk out. All right. And with that, the final trial is concluded. By the end of today, all of you are expected to have your results, have who you will pick as Sentinel. Tomorrow night, there will be a feast honoring them and anointing them as the Sentinel of Adaria. And then after that, the festival has concluded and all of you will return to Crown's Rest to prepare for your next adventure. So that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break. I'm going to say...
I didn't even notice there was no break.
I'm going to go ahead and say 15 minutes for the break, because I know all of you do need to deliberate a bit. And when we return, we'll have maybe a little bit of RP, and then we will dive right into the final stretch of the festival. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll be right back.
Blocking the road, don't move. You can see, or you can hear Sir Otis say, Sir Landor, if you would, please. If you would please order your soldiers to move. They are no soldiers. Sir Otis. They're clergymen. Come, make way. Allow the Lady Paramount and the princes and princesses to travel free. And with that, the soldiers sprint. And the caravan moves, creaking forward. As all of you looking out through the windows, you can see the clergymen turn about face. Sun begins to set. Takes a half day to get there. 500 feet away from where the keep should be, you tie up the horses, dismount, travel by foot. Closer and closer and closer. There seems to be no sign of any life, any travel. I mean, you're so far off the road right now that it's really hard to tell that you're going in the right direction, especially at nighttime. But eventually, you're able to see.
Everything is fine.
Make a deception
I
check.
promise.
Make a deception check.
Say that.
I mean,
Kaylin
what's
is
she gonna do about it?
literally like rubbing her temples right now.
Also, if we're going back to Rosemont, we don't need her to do anything anymore.
Oh, Kaylin is really rubbing over her temples.
Oh,
no.
No.
You see, she just kind of stares at you for a moment. And she whispers very low. Is there some?
No. It's just us. There is much to discuss,
That's so funny. I haven't changed the name of the Cloudbot yet, so it's Solvus Emerald is the name of the cloud.
I did see that.
I noticed that. He's still in the ether somewhere.
Good. All right, it's not changing. That'll be the remnant of the past campaigns that exist still.
Yeah, I think that's funny. I like it.
He's in charge of this cult too. I'm gonna lose my shit.
I thought we killed you.
Could you imagine?
Somehow, Solvus Emerald returned.
We've played these games before.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Okay.
Oh shit, he's back.
That was the fastest piss of the West.
Because I had to listen. It's across the hall. Yes, I did. My hands
on
are
the way there. And all the
Fastest
way
piss in the West is the greatest thing you've ever said, Gayla. I adore that.
Okay, we're back. We're ready to go.
Well,
I'm so
Merrick's not.
Well, yeah, we don't have Ryan now.
Ryan, dude.
Look, in his defense, I don't think anyone thought you were gonna take a 3-second piss.
Thanks for the follow, old chubby.
Pissing from rain.
Save for the piss.
Yeah, I covered my camera up. It's just right across the hall, like right past that door. So in the frame, I was just look, Mom, no hands.
Were you just at your office door?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh my God.
Kobe. And he will give a very low bow. Head out.
As the door shuts. Oh, that kind of sucked.
12.
12, that just hits. Well, wait. Yep.
I was like, really?
Yeah, that just hits. Since you're hitting him from the opposite side, he does not have the 3/4 cover.
Oh, okay. All right, Via, you've surprised me. 6 points of fire damage.
6 points. He is dead.
Via just looks at her hands. Oh my god! What is her death count?
Kills at everyone.
I was about to say, Via might have the highest kill count
I
right
think
now.
You
so.
got double the kills of anybody.
Oh my
Honestly.
god! So yeah, she just looks at her hands and then focus back at the fight. Here we go.
Kalen's whole outlook on her is about to change.
Kalen's like, I can work with this.
Darian Watch is going to move. Potentially Princess Octavia. That's something you might be able to assist with. I have a dealer who can procure chimeras, which would be quite the spectacle indeed. However, the creatures themselves, while they are a plight on some of the farmlands of Elysia, they still do need approval from the Praetor to be taken from the lands to be used in something like what we do. So, Octavia, if that's something you feel comfortable with, it'd probably mean more coming from his granddaughter, technically, as opposed to the Chancellor of the Treasury. Fantastic, and I know that that is more difficult because you have never had the honor of meeting him. But if there's any, you find after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. Tits. No! You find pitched tents. Pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first
Clip
blood.
it.
Look like tits. Like those tits.
God damn it. We're 20 minutes in, dude, and I couldn't.
Jarvis, clip.
And you find that forward camp. Tits. No!
Okay, great. She will do a firebolt.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I'm also gonna.
Oh
put
my god, another natural 20.
Whoa!
All right, so that is a 10 plus a D10.
Whoa.
Via can't stop killing.
I know. I know.
She's grown a
So good
taste
at
for
it.
it.
The dice are barely telling the best story because I was like, oh, she's gonna be timid and miss all the time.
He's
So I
gonna
was
be like,
sending
"No,
her
I
up
don't
for
want
that.
I don't want the crown anymore. I'm just really good at this.
Okay, so yeah, she will. All of her schooling is coming back to her. So that's a 16 total damage.
Jesus Christ.
So that way, if there's something in the vault that, you know, you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
helpful.
yeah, I got you. And then finally, there is Dravana Windmere, who is an elf, who is the steward of guest relations. So anytime guests are staying, she makes sure that the rooms are clean and proper, and that anything they need is taken care of. So if you have a Loxodon guest coming over, she'll make sure that an extra large bed is put in the room to accommodate their stature.
I mean,
You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. No! You find pitched tents. Pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first. Guys,
No,
Via,
it's up to you.
Nah, he ain't getting away.
come on, Via. It's your
Come on,
time.
VR.
Ray of sickness.
Man up.
She's already
Alright,
killed
Via.
one. She's gonna have so much trauma from this trip. Like she.
She was like, I'm so excited for this road trip with my
I'm
siblings.
just so excited to spend time with my family. Meanwhile, since it started, why can't I stop killing people?
Why is this happening? Okay. What do we think? Firebolt or Ray of Sickness?
Burn him alive.
I don't know. That is amazing. How's school?
Oh, all done. I graduated, actually.
It's like a brief pause.
Yeah, we invited you.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. We invited you.
Merrick, and he I don't know, and looks over
Brother.
to Merrick. How is everything? How are the Falcons? How is what you do?
Oh, they're just great. I'm engaged now.
That is amazing. To who?
This
Yeah, we
Eldritch
got a-
Blast.
We got a hex. We got a hex. And an Eldritch
then just-
Blast.
Give him that
Hopefully.
Warlock 1-2.
Oh baby, let's go!
Our first natural 20 of the game. Congratulations! Kayla, you were destined to be one of the first natural ones, and you rolled the first natural 20. How do you feel right now? Which is
Last one of the
crazy
game.
because with Hex, you crit on the Hex damage and on the Eldritch Blast, so those two
This guy's
damage
so
dies are
dead.
maxed out. So what's the
shit.
what?
Yeah.
Did Sandy like Victor?
Unless you do a little clappy clap.
But does she like him?
Is a boyfriend. It's not allowed to be.
She has a situationship. It's not the same.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
She hasn't said yes yet.
It's long distance. Doesn't count.
Damn. All right. And that is John's real opinion. You heard it here first. So,
I didn't even
matter.
fucking need it. Fuck off. Get
Get
fucked.
fucked.
Wow.
Nice second level spell, loser.
Get
And
fucked.
then I want to take my wind if I may.
Let her win, Joe.
Let me breeze it up.
breeze it
Deepest
up.
fucking
Breeze it
breath
up. There
you've
you
ever
go. Yeah,
breathed.
Xanthi, you can feel the wind begin to compress around you, forming this shield, trying to hold you in place, but through mental fortitude and strength, this resistance to being told what to do, you break out of it, and you can see there's this impressed look on his face. He smiles. He's not taken aback. He's not in fear, but he nods and says,
That's what I expected from the likes of someone like you. Impressive.
Wish I could
Alright.
say the same to you.
Reiterate plans so we're all on the same page. Merritt,
Yep.
with 2 other guards, and Fiddle in his pocket, looking around. Via is going to infiltrate into said place and attempt to pull lever to open door. We, the children, and some guards are going to be standing off to the side hiding, while another envoy goes up to the front gate. And no, we're just all hiding.
No. There's got to be the envoy of, I think, captain and maybe 3 guards, just so there's more with us. They're going to be going to that exposed like wall entrance, and they're going to be posing as an envoy.
Okay.
Because we want where the conversation to take place not be near the gate, because otherwise that
Yeah.
makes it way harder for me to sneak up to where the lever is if everyone's gathered there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Kalen's going to do some talking.
Go check out Party Loot. And if you don't check out Party Loot, you're a bitch.
That's the tagline. I'm going to change the motto.
Nah. This is my first sponsor. Fuck you. Check out Party Loot.
You don't chew Big Red, then fuck you.
We need to go the Ricky Bobby route of sponsorships.
It's not my favorite movie.
Propane. It's Christopher Nolan's favorite movie.
Pretty fucking good. Party Loot. PartyLootApp.com. www.partyloot.app.com.
The address. Future sponsors are gonna watch
Just
this
go
clip and
find
go, Jesus Christ. We're gonna get sponsored by people that like have no business sponsoring a D&D stream, like like never mind.
Don't say it.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
That dragon?
Yeah. Places like places that just don't care. Like, yeah, man, do it.
+2. All right, 24.
Falls off to the side.
What is going on? You rigged the game, Joe. This is some bullshit.
Merrick, dagger in. You are so focused because if you move your hand just 1 inch too much, you'll end up lifting the mechanism. You'll end up lifting the mechanism, and then it'll end up setting the whole thing off anyway. And you see the dragon egg beginning to shift out of the corner of your eye, but you're so focused on what you're doing as you throw your hand up to try and catch it. The depth perception on the corner of your eye is not where it needs to be. As you end up trying to grab it, as it's already beginning to shift and fall, the egg doesn't crack or shatter. In fact, it breaks part of the stone in that sort of 4-foot drop. And Merrick.
How many for run? I know, the other people.
You're the only one on camera.
I know. The other ones need to use their voice.
Let's get back to the horses and kind of see how far we can get from them and go from there. That's what Kayla.
There is Gregor Flint Barrel, who is in charge of the cellar logistics, making sure that the food and board is good here, and that everybody has everything they need to eat. If there's any guests that are coming that have any dietary restrictions, making sure that those are there. There is Vitala Duskrun, who is a halfling. She is the keeper of the vault. So it's her job to keep track of everything that she has record of that has ever been stored in that vault. And anything that you store in there as well. And that record is something that is stored on her person. And it is private and only shareable with all of you.
Yes.
Okay.
She's basically gonna be like, you know, I'm here as a representative of the, you know, the King's Hand. They want to meet you, but I'm here to ensure that, you know, we can come to an arrangement on how to meet safely before they actually show up. Meanwhile, sneak. There we go.
Okay. Got it.
You got it, Joe?
I hope so. I fucking don't.
Blocking the road, don't move. You can see, or you can hear Sir Otis say, Sir Landor, if you would, please. If you would please order your soldiers to move.
They are no soldiers. Sir Otis. They're clergymen. Come, make way. Allow the Lady Paramount and the princes and princesses to travel freely.
And with that, the soldiers split. And the caravan moves, creaking forward. As all of you looking out through the windows, you can see the clergymen turn about face. Sun begins to set. Takes a half day to get there. 500 feet away from where the king should be. Okay, hello everybody, we are back.
I love you guys.
Sorry for that delay. There were a couple of logistics that we had to figure out beforehand. Thank you for the Raiders come and gone. Super sorry about that. Thanks, guys.
Shit.
Oh, Tiffle biscuits. God damn it, dude. So we're gonna go ahead and dive right in. We already have a little bit of a pre-game. By the way, John's not here. I know that I didn't say that at the beginning, but he's not. If you haven't picked up on it, he's not here. So occasionally you might see me voice Edwin. Anyway, we had a little bit of discussion beforehand about the Sentinel Festival and who they'll be picking. So this conversation might seem a little bit shorter than what it maybe would have in a normal session. We decided to have some of that conversation off screen, so that way it wasn't a cyclical thing. So we're gonna go ahead and dive right back into where we left off, where the individuals, all of the contestants have left that chamber. All of the members of the King's Hand returned to the private dining hall of Skyhaven to have their conversation about who the next Sentinel will be. So with that, we dive in. So all of you sat down. There is a collection of food and drink, as well as fresh parchment and ink brought to all of you, so you can take all of the notes, and you have all the food you need for the next, what would be about, I think, 8.5 hours from when you enter the room.
Oh.
In 8.5 hours, you all need to have a decision, which translates to about 30 minutes in game time. So with that, I hand it over to all of you as the choice is in your hands. Your time starts now.
I don't know how we want to run this.
I know. So Via's gonna go.
Come on, Sandy.
I really,
Oh, jeez.
really.
What is that?
Oh, jeez.
What's happening there, buddy?
Wait, what happened?
Joe, reset our time. Reset our timer, Joe.
What was that?
It's okay, Felicity, don't worry about it. It's okay.
I'm so confused.
Anyway, so Sentinels, y'all.
I'm so sorry.
What the fuck happened?
Oh,
The
Okay,
UI
I get
changed. It was my bad.
Restart our time.
Okay. So, Via's gonna go. All right. Well, I personally have been, pretty much a Thalia, fan for a while. However, I do feel like Bjorn, is very dedicated and loyal. Not that Thalia wouldn't be. I really, have been pretty sure on her. But Bjorn has been, very successful in most of the trials. And also, it just feels like he, once he is dedicated to something, he will not stop until he is able to, get the thing done. So, personally for me, I'm really leaning towards Bjorn or Thalia. A little bit more Bjorn, I think, as a total. That's my summary.
Thank you, Via. I think it's no secret where my vote is going. But I will say from the beginning, I went into this as open-minded as possible, because regardless of my connections, I feel as though what is best for the realm was going to present itself through the trials. And I agree, Via. I think Bjorn went up against the best that we could find, and he stood his ground, and he proved that he can stand up against extraplanar beings and hold his own, more so. He's loyal beyond belief, and he cares about each and every one of you, even if you don't necessarily care for him. That being said, I also agree that Thalia has proven herself. Even if she struggled in this last challenge, it seems as though she has a lot of heart and passion for being here. And I think she has more growing to do, but I mean, truth be told, don't we all? But I think she has a power that could be extremely useful to us. Those are my top two.
You know, we talk about loyalty, and I don't think there's anyone in this competition that's more loyal than Garrett. When he says that he'd continue to serve Adaria even if he wasn't named Sentinel, I 100% believe him. I think that whatever throws its way at us or at Talon, he would be there with his shield to make sure that we are safe. And I think in a time when we can't trust some of our council, I think having someone that we can fully trust is invaluable. Garrett is my go-to for who I'd pick for Sentinel, though Thalia and Bjorn are not far behind, I admit.
I would also agree that I think it would be wisest to choose Lord Garrett. Perhaps he hasn't had the best of performances at times, but it's true that he is as loyal as anyone could possibly be. He has that, I believe, above anyone else in the festival. And that his want, his desire to protect Adaria is exactly the kind of attitude that we need for a Sentinel. He is someone that Adaria will be able to look to relate to believe in. There's no point in having a protector if they do not have the trust of the people. But I would also place Thalia as my second. Perhaps she has fallen off in performance, but she started strong. She'd be less loyal, but again, at least her spirit seems in the right place. Only thing is that I would caution against Bjorn. I know that it is difficult to hear any criticism against him, but if he is marked by cultists, that's the last thing that we need in our council. Because he is marked, that is not denied. And if he does not know what it is, that is worse.
He's very much aware of what it is. It's not his fault that he was marked. He was subject to an attack.
I do not need you defending him right now, Kaelin.
I will defend him.
That is the problem. If we want the people to believe that this festival was fair and just, we cannot have you defending him at every turn, raising suspicions if it was all just pre-planned from the beginning.
Oh,
I know
I think that his performance did more than that. I don't have to do anything.
Trust and care about Kaelin, but you cannot defend him at every corner. Please. I agree
Xanthi.
he has done well in many of the trials. But it also needs to be realized that he's had many faults with it as well.
Do you listen to yourself when you speak?
Please, Kaelin, as I said. This needn't be an argument.
Oh, it's not.
He has performed well in the trials, but he has failed in others. circumvented others. Yes, that can be a benefit in some ways, but it is still something to be considered.
Sure.
It is something that I weigh.
Yes, Sandy, we're quite aware. Thank you for your input.
And yes, Xanthe, you're right. He has failed in others. However, he has been most successful of all the contestants. So
Yes, without me
That-
defending him.
that
He sure
does
has.
show, you know, pretty capable. So while Garrett and Thalia pretty mid to low, so however, they've all proven themselves very strong, so I guess so. Let's do a raise of hands, maybe. If Thalia were the Sentinel, would anyone feel like that is a lacking choice? Raise your hand if you feel that Thalia being Sentinel would be a lacking choice. Anyone raising their hand?
Yeah, so say you went with a hand raise when most people aren't on camera, huh?
I think
Anyone
it's just
raising-
if we say something, it is. If it isn't, no. So no hands.
Yeah, exactly.
No
Okay.
hands.
So, Bjorn, raise your hand if you feel that there'd be something lacking.
Hand.
Now, Garrett, raise your hand if you feel that there would be something lacking. I raised my hand. I'll speak to what I find lacking for Lord Garrett. I like him a lot. And you guys are right, he is very loyal. And he has done well in the festival. However, I will say, to me, he has stood out the least as far as like battle prowess and even being like cunning in certain ways. I feel like there is I don't know, I just have not necessarily been wowed by him. I've been, in comparison to the other contestants, a little underwhelmed. Not that he's doing anything wrong per se, he's very talented, but I just, you know, if I had to put money on like Thalia or Bjorn or Garrett, I wouldn't be putting my money on Lord Garrett. So that's what I see as lacking. And Xanthe, what do you think would be lacking with Bjorn in the position?
Believe it is as I've already said. Not only would it be lacking, it would also be, well, people would be warranted to question the integrity of this contest. I never liked the idea of Bjorn participating. It isn't right for any of the contestants to have such a strong link to any of us when we are the ones that are judging.
But yet Thalia is considered our top 3, and she has a strong connection to Via.
To Alicia.
To Via.
I would just
Does
like to
she?
go back to one thing real quick. I'll preface this with Garrett is my number 1 pick, especially after what he endured and the fact he still has it in him to fight on. That's where my vote is. Of the 3 we've been talking about, Bjorn is my least favorite, but Xanthe, you never said what he's lacking specifically. You just we've heard that you don't like him participating and that you don't like the connection between him and Kaelin, but what about his skills or character do you find lacking? That's what Octavia was asking.
As I said before, though, his connection with Cultus. The fact that he is connected and potentially compromised by other beings, by greater forces.
Compromised?
It is a dangerous thing. Kaelin, you cannot bait every point I have done. We have done this for no other contestant but him. Please hold your tongue.
No, I will not, because you are putting up a fight because you simply do not like that he's from the Serpent's Grove, but he's connected to me, nothing more. He's proven himself time and time again in this challenge. What else do you want from him?
I want him not to be a cultist.
He's not. Are you accusing Bjorn of being a cultist? Are you serious?
By them and connected.
Because he was attacked, Xanthi.
This needn't
What
be
is
an
wrong with
argument.
you?
Please.
And all of you are
If we
just gonna
go
sit
from
here
what
and let her
everyone's
say this about
opinions
him.
are, most people's preference lays with Garrett, but the least issues seem to be with Thalia.
Am I just alone here?
No, I don't think Bjorn's a cultist at all, and I would totally be
Because he's
fine.
not.
No, yeah, but Xanthi, we all have to, come to an agreement.
No, we've come to an agreement. You're right. Clearly my connection
This
with
is why
Bjorn
he
makes him
shouldn't have
unfit.
competed. Look
He
how
earned
upset it makes
the
me.
right to compete, Xanthi. Stop. Just stop.
We need an accord.
Yeah.
I will say yes or come into an agreement for Bjorn or Thalia.
Clearly it's Thalia.
It's my top choice.
Yeah. Well, clearly Thalia has been selected.
Are we agreed then?
I'm sorry, Kaylin.
This feels wrong.
I'm not. This is what we decided. She competed well. She was my second. I said she had a heart and passion and great power for this. So did Lord Garrett. And so did Bjorn. But I will vote for Thalia. I will back her. She fought well. And even with the incident of the maze, she still powered through and she still came out at the other end. Regardless of time, regardless if she failed, I think it proves enough that she still made it out alive and wanted to continue.
Then we agreed. Thalia shall be our new sentinel.
Stop wincing like that, Joe.
Unless anyone else has anything to say.
Actually, Brenna.
Thalia was my second, so I suppose that I can go along with that.
Merrick, are you okay?
It just feels wrong. No one here listed Thalia as their first pick. It feels like we're just picking her because we want this to stop. But this isn't about us. This is about Adaria as a whole. We shouldn't vote because of we're making each other uncomfortable or unhappy, even though that's clearly happening. We have to pick who we believe is truly the best option. Is this something we just want to settle on?
I hear
No,
you.
but we need progress.
And also, I
Most
wouldn't
of
really
us here.
Go for it.
Most of us here would choose Garrett. But if there are those that would refuse him, then he is refused.
I also think Dahlia's really, it's more like everyone here has proven themselves in different ways, and they're all really strong. And I do think that there does need to be a level of peace between us in our choice, because we are also for Adaria, and we all need to get along with our council and feel like we can collaborate with them.
Yes.
And I think if we all are happy and feel like we can collaborate and work with Thalia and trust that she is strong to get the job done, then I think that's a great thing. But if there are qualms, we could talk about those.
I think she just needs a little more trust in herself. But again, I was very impressed with how she handled the events in the maze. I think that proved a lot to me. Her performance today was a little concerning, but I feel as though the point of this last challenge was just... it's a highlight of where they're at in their own personal journey. Clearly there are demons Thalia has not overcome yet. But can we falter on that when it's very obvious there are demons that we haven't overcome ourselves? So I agree. Not just to appease everyone at this table. I do think Thalia is a good choice.
Anything from you, Edwin?
It does feel
It's okay if not.
sticky. I have to say that. But it seems as though the only way that, well, no blades or spells are going to be cast in this conversation is if we agree to Thalia, and I think that she'll make an admirable sentinel. She was my second pick, so I still do lean more towards Garrett, but I can agree to Thalia, I suppose.
Do we want to revisit Garrett one more time? As it seems, kind of looking at her notes, that was a first pick for everyone, except for a few of us. Does anybody else want to make an argument for? Merrick, sorry.
I just don't think that's necessary, given what's already been said.
I still think even that he is not a standout option. He's a consistent one, at least. He's able to react well to all the situations he has been put in, even if it does not exactly lead to victory. But you remain sure in your convictions, Octavia?
I would not be opposed if he was our new sentinel. I just couldn't see him going toe-to-toe with our uncle, and I think that's where I struggle.
None of the people here go toe-to-toe with our uncle.
But who can make him sweat?
Who can become someone like him? In very much the same way, our uncle was simply an Adarian that wished to serve his kingdom and his crown. Of course, none of us knew our uncle when he was young, but I feel he has a lot of similarities with Garrett. I would not wish to discount him for that.
Would everyone feel better if he was our sentinel over Thalia? Like if it's just between the two of them, then? and remove Bjorn, well, I guess, Kaylin, would you opt for Garrett over Thalia? Because then I'll concede if it's everyone but me.
Initially, Lord Garrett was my third choice, but I think what we saw just today showed such sacrifice that he was willing to make for his family. The sacrifice that he was willing to give up such a huge part of who he was and the things that he loved most just to prove something to us. That he wants to protect us and this realm. I think that says a lot. And I agree, there's a lot of characteristics in Lord Garrett that are true and Talon. I worry that maybe some of the more intense extraplanar threats may prove challenging for him. But I'd also like to think there will come a time where we can be somewhat of a force to help when it comes to things like that. Would I choose Garrett over Thalia? If I'm being completely honest with you, Via, I think both would make a great sentinel. It is not where my heart is, but I think that's no secret. I apologize if that's not a good answer, but I would concede to either. Merrick?
My own heart still believes that Garrett is the best choice. But if it keeps the peace, I will gladly welcome Thalia as our new sentinel.
Majority then is willing to concede and elect Garrett. Then we would go to him. As again, he is first preference for most of us here, at least.
Sorry, just pausing. On the event results, that's accurate. That's up to date, right? He's fourth. He came in fourth on that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's
I was
all
getting
because
confused.
Victor's up there, and Victor's not even considered anymore. So really, he's third. So it's not the worst option.
I was just wondering because I was getting confused with like the total wins next to it. I think that's
yeah,
just
it's just because I couldn't move things around
Yep.
there. Sorry, the total wins are not related to that. I'll shove that over.
I'm with you. So sorry.
It took me a minute because when I first saw it, I was like, "What? How's Victor?"
Yeah, I
was
realized
like, "How's
I had
Bjorn in
it-
first or two?"
I had it more separated, but it wouldn't let me copy paste things with comments. But then I didn't even use the comments because like, it's doing too much. But yeah, so like that right column, like where there's the numbers, that's right. Ignore the scores.
Yep, I got it now. Cool. Sorry.
Yeah, V would just reemphasize. I'm like, I would really like for Kaylin, for you to say, I know you really don't have a preference between the two, but I think just what would make me feel better is if you would lean more towards Garrett, then I think that's even better, you know? But like, again, it is the majority, and I don't think he'd be bad. Just not my choice.
Sorry.
What?
The thing over in my
Samson!
room. Yeah, that's Samson. He's the thing. We'll pick up this glass that's on the floor. I can't, Felicity. Oh, I don't know.
I know. I'm sorry, Kayla. I was like, I just wanted to give you. Yeah.
I don't know. I like
We're gonna
mouth.
choose eventually, please.
Well, I don't like being the one in charge.
Yep, you are at time, by the way.
Fuck
Oh,
you.
yeah.
All right.
I don't want to be the last person to make this decision.
Okay, so Garrett's popcorn?
Truly, I think Garrett or Thalia would be great. Like, Kaylin, truly, like, I don't think one is over the other. I think I just picked that order because Thalia, for me, was on top for a while. Until this last trial, like, I was kind of sad
Fair.
about that, you know?
Yeah.
I'd
but-
also just say, meta-wise, I know it's also just where my preferences lie, and so it's gonna sound shitty, but, like, again, like, most of us want Garrett above anyone else. Like, he has the highest scores. Like, I know, Felicity, you don't really vibe with him as much, and I'm really sorry that that's obviously worked out that way. But
No, we all said that we were willing
all
to
of
like, be
us-
flexible, you know, like
all of us are
before we
very
started
mid about
this, so-
Thalia. Well, actually, that's not true. Most of us like her, but, you know, she's no one's first choice.
Yeah.
She's just middle of the ground. Middle of the ground?
Wait.
Mid.
Again.
No, we said, like, you know, willingness to be flexible before
Yeah.
we started talking about it, so here I
I'm
am.
flex tape, baby. Put me on the
I-
boat.
Yeah.
Seal it, fix it.
I love that
boat.
reference.
Kaylin
So-
is pissed.
no,
Beyond
she is.
belief. Kayla's fine. She's mad chilling. Flex tape, baby.
Such a hell. Yeah, so, okay, so are we okay with Garrett?
Yes.
Does anyone
Yeah,
have
let's pick
any
it up.
Garrett.
feelings about that?
But when he dies, I don't want to hear him crying.
No, I
Damn.
absolutely get that, 100%.
I mean, we will mourn the guy. Jesus.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Discussion over. Let's go.
Woo,
Garrett.
we did a good job.
Okay. All right. Garrett is the chosen, right?
Yes.
He is.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Oh, brave boy.
All right. Cool. So with that, all of you exit the room after a great deal of conversation and deliberation. And now,
No breathing.
you all head to that sort of main central courtyard. You all stand where Lady Marianne stood. Many of the nobility on this evening, they gather, waiting with bated breath, as all of you stand there, and I guess who's delivering the news? Unless you guys all speak in unison.
It should be Merrick.
Why me?
I don't know, just the way you talked about Garrett, I feel like you understand, like, what he's able to provide to the kingdom best, the way you advocated for him, so I think you would be able to introduce that really well. If you don't want to, I'll do it.
I mean, I'll do it. I know Xanthi kind of prepped the whole thing, so if she wanted to close it out, I think it's fair to offer that to Gemma.
I mean, personally, I would like that, but I mean, if you just want to do it, Merrick, that's also fine.
No, you can do it, Gemma.
You know,
Yeah,
I delivered the Edict of Mercy, and I addressed the crowd. Like, I'm okay stepping back on this one.
Are you okay with Xanthi doing that, though?
Caleb's not doing it.
I assume
Well, he
you're
is
not
not
going to
doing
do it in a shitty way, so yeah, I'm fine with Xanthi
Alright,
saying
no
it's going to
people
be
realize
Garrett.
Xanthi doing these things.
No.
We're putting faith in Xanthi that she's going to deliver this with calm, precision, tact, and grace. And if you want to prove me wrong, cool.
Yeah, I mean, if people are happy, Xanthi will.
Yeah.
Xanthi will.
So she will, I guess, get onto wherever the parapet is. It's Xanthi. She's just going with all the kind of pomp of all of it. And sorry, just looking at something real quick. She will get up there. Over this past week, we have been ingratiated with some of the finest fighters, survivalists,
and general experts and tacticians that not only Adaria, but, well, can be provided across the plains. I thank each and every contestant for their participation and for their faith, for their belief in Adaria and in its strength, and their willingness to contribute their own to build it. But only one can hold the title of Sentinel. And for that honor, we give it to one that has been consistent throughout this whole festival, has proven themselves steadfast in every challenge they have faced. They have not held every victory, naturally, no one here has. As I believe we've all come to see, each has their strengths and weaknesses. But there is one that we believe will shine forth beyond all of them. Known to some as the bulwark of the fields, we would like to extend the honor of Sentinel to Lord Garrett Greenmire.
The audience
Respect him.
begins to clap.
Respect him for his years of
Oh,
service.
they stop clapping.
Lol.
Respect him of his years of service that he's already contributed to Adaria, and the many more to come.
And that's the end. Now you can clap.
Then they all clap. You can see all the Sentinel contestants were standing together. You can see that they all sort of look to Garrett and clap. Garrett will smile and wave and bow and say many, many, many thank yous over and over and over again. You can see that he is brought up with all of you. He stands side by side with the king's hand. Proudly standing and ready to be the shield, the sword and shield of this nation against those extraplanar threats that would threaten Adaria. So, with that, the planning for that great festival or that great dinner begins for tomorrow night. And we are going to take another very, very, very short break because there's a couple things I need to edit behind the scenes. And we will go ahead and be back in, I'm going to say 6 minutes. So right at 00 your time.
Joe didn't think we were going to pick Garrett.
No, I didn't. In any of the stuff in the future, I left everything blank so that way I could come back and I could just drop it in. But that way I can change
Fair,
everything.
I didn't think we were going to choose Garrett. Like,
I also did not.
In Joe's defense, he was like in 4th or 5th before this session started.
yeah.
Anyway,
something like that.
so thanks for
Well,
watching
I
so
like
far,
it.
and we'll be right back.
That is amazing. How's school?
Oh, all done. I graduated, actually.
There's like a brief pause.
We invited you.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. We invited you.
Merrick, and he I don't know, and looks over
Brother.
to Merrick. How is everything? How are the Falcons? How is what you do?
Oh, they're just great. I'm engaged now.
That is amazing. To who?
That's so funny. I haven't changed the name of the Cloudbot yet, so it's Solvis Emerald is the name of the cloud.
I did see that.
I noticed that. He's still in the ether somewhere.
Good. All right, it's not changing. That'll be the
right.
remnant of the past campaigns that exist still.
Yeah, I think that's funny. I like it.
He's in charge of this cult too. I'm gonna lose my shit.
I thought we killed you.
Could you imagine? I was
Somehow, Solvis Emerald returned.
We've played these games before.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
okay. Okay.
Oh shit, he's back.
That was the fastest piss in the West.
Because I had to listen. It's across
Did you
the hall.
wash your hands?
It's, yes, I did. My hands
all
are
the way there and all
Fastest
the way
piss in the West is the greatest thing you've ever said, Gayla. I adore that.
Okay. We're back. We're ready to go.
Well,
I'm so
Merrick's not.
Well, yeah, we don't have Ryan now.
Ryan, dude.
Look, in his defense, I don't think anyone thought you were gonna take a 3-second piss.
Thanks for the follow, old chubby.
Pissing from rain.
Pay for the piss.
Yeah, I covered my camera up. It's just right across the hall, like right past that door. So in the frame, I was just look, mom, no hands.
Were you just at your office door?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh my god.
Kobe. So that way, if there's something in the vault that you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
helpful.
yeah, I got you. And then finally, there is Gravana Windmere, who is an elf who is the steward of guest relations. So anytime guests are staying, she makes sure that the rooms are clean and proper, and that anything they need is taken care of. So if you have a Loxodon guest coming over, she'll make sure that an extra large bed is put in the room to accommodate their stature.
12.
Well, that just hits. Well, wait. Yeah.
I was like, really?
Yeah, that just hits. Since you're hitting him from the opposite side, he does not have the 3/4 cover below.
Oh, okay. All right, Via, you've surprised me. 6 points of fire damage.
6 points. He is dead.
Via just looks at her hands. Oh my god! What is her death count?
Kills at everyone.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
Via might
she's
have the
got-
highest kill count
I
right
think
now.
so.
You got double the kills of anybody.
Oh
so
my
far.
god! Yeah, she just looks at her hands and then focus back at the fight. Here we go.
Kalen's whole outlook on her is about to change.
Kalen's like, I can work with this.
Darian Watch is going to move. Potentially Princess Octavia. That's something you might be able to assist with. I have a dealer who can procure chimeras, which would be quite the spectacle indeed. However, the creatures themselves, while they are a plight on some of the farmlands of Lycia, they still do need approval from the Praetor to be taken from the lands, to be used in something like what we're doing. So, Octavia, if that's something you feel comfortable with, it'd probably mean more coming from his granddaughter, technically, as opposed to the Chancellor of the Treasury.
Yeah, I can see what I can
Fantastic, and I know that that is more difficult because you have never had the honor of meeting him. But if there's any, falls off to the side.
What is going on? You rigged the game, Joe. This is some bullshit.
Merrick, dagger in. You are so focused because if you move your hand just 1 inch too much, you'll end up lifting the mechanism. You'll end up lifting the mechanism, and it'll end up setting the whole thing off anyway. And you see the dragon egg beginning to shift out of the corner of your eye, but you're so focused on what you're doing as you throw your hand up to try and catch it. The depth perception on the corner of your eye is not where it needs to be. As you end up trying to grab it, as it's already beginning to shift and fall, the egg doesn't crack or shatter. In fact, it breaks part of the stone in that sort of 4-foot drop. And Merrick, go check out Party Loot. And if you don't check out Party Loot, you're a bitch.
That's the tagline. I'm gonna change the motto.
Nah. This is my first sponsor. Fuck you. Check out Party Loot.
You don't chew Big Red, then fuck you.
We need to go the Ricky Bobby route of sponsorships.
It's not my favorite.
Propane. It's Christopher Nolan's favorite movie.
Pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
Party Loot. Partylootapp.com. www.partylootapp.com.
The address. Future sponsors are gonna watch
Just
this
go
clip and
find
go, Jesus Christ. We're gonna get sponsored by people that like have no business sponsoring a D&D stream, like like never mind.
Don't say it.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
That dragon?
Yeah. places that just don't care. Like, yeah, man, do it.
Yeah.
Did Sandy like Victor?
Unless you do a little clappy clap.
But does she like
It's a boyfriend. He's not allowed to.
She has a situationship. It's not the same.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
She hasn't said yes yet.
It's long distance. It doesn't count.
Damn. All right. And that is John's real opinion. You heard it here first. So,
Guys,
No,
Via,
no.
it's up to you.
No,
Via.
nah, he ain't
Via's
getting
gotta
away.
kill him.
Come on, Via. It's your
Come on,
time.
Via.
Ray of sickness.
Man up.
She's already
Alright,
killed
Via.
one. She's gonna have so much trauma from this trip. Like she.
She was like, I'm so excited for this road trip with my
I'm
siblings.
just so excited to spend time with my family. Meanwhile, since it started, why can't I stop killing people?
Why is this happening? Okay. What do we think? Firebolt or Ray of Sickness?
Burn him alive.
I don't know. How many for run? I know. Yeah, other people.
You're the only one on camera.
I know. The other ones need to use their
let's-
voice.
Let's get back to the horses and kind of see how far we can get from them, and go from there. That's what Kayla.
+2. All right, 24.
Everything is fine.
Make a deception
I
check.
promise.
Make a deception
Say
check.
that.
I mean,
Kaylin
what
is
she can do about it.
literally like rubbing her temples right now.
Also, if we're going back to Rosemont, we don't need her to do anything anymore.
Oh, Kaylin is really rubbing her temples.
Oh, no!
No.
You see, she just kind of stares at you for a moment. And she whispers very low. Is there someone?
No. It's just us. There was much to discuss.
Okay, great. She will do a firebolt.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I'm also gonna.
Oh
put
my god, another natural 20.
Whoa!
All right, so that is a 10 plus a
Whoa.
D10.
Via can't stop killing.
I know! I know!
She's grown a
So good
taste
at
for
it.
it.
The dice are barely telling the best story because I was like, oh, she's gonna be timid and miss all the time.
She's
So I
gonna
was
be like,
setting
"No,
her
I
up
don't
for
want
that.
I don't want the crown anymore. I'm just really good at this.
Okay, so yeah, she will. All of her schooling is coming back to her. So that's a 16 total damage.
Jesus Christ. Reiterate plans so we're all on the same page. Merritt,
Yep.
with 2 other guards, and Fiddle in his pocket, looking around. Via is going to infiltrate into said place and attempt to pull lever to open door. We, the children, and some guards are going to be standing off to the side hiding, while another envoy goes up to the front gate. And no, we're just all hiding.
No. There's got to be the envoy of, I think, captain and maybe 3 guards, just so there's more with us. They're going to be going to that exposed like wall entrance, and they're going to be posing as an envoy.
Because we want where the conversation to take place not be near the gate, because otherwise that
Yeah.
makes it way harder for me to sneak up to where the lever is if everyone's gathered there.
Okay. I think Kaylin's gonna do
Plan.
something.
I mean, mean, John's not, but yeah.
Hello, yeah, hello there, everybody. Welcome back. John is not here, by the way. Just to say that again. So, in case I hadn't said that yet this session, let's go and dive in. Picking up where we left off, the Sentinel Festival concludes with a Sentinel being chosen, that of Lord Garrett Greenmire. After almost a week of various tests and trials and tribulations, Garrett emerges on top. A native-born Adarian, somebody who has been born and raised and lived and fought for Adaria his whole life. Someone very well known throughout court and throughout tourneys for his feats of daring, athleticism, and honor. A true Adarian folk hero for what he's been able to do and what he's been able to accomplish. A champion of the people. Garrett Greenmire chosen over the other contestants. And the people celebrate. Many people congratulate Garrett over his work. Even most of the other individuals participating in the festival congratulate Garrett and are happy for him. The only ones that seem to evacuate the premise more quickly is that of Serafina, Brenna, and Thalia. Those are the main three.
Wait, Serafina like gone? Didn't she chat?
No, not gone, but they leave the sort of courtyard rather quickly after the choosing is done. Yeah. They evacuate the area much more quickly than the other contestants do. But eventually the merriment comes to an end as everybody heads to rest. And the next morning comes. That evening there will be a great feast celebrating Lord Garrett Greenmire in his becoming of Sentinel. So, as everything is being prepared for the day, all of you do receive a message from Talon as he asks you to come to his chambers first thing in the morning, as all of you are waking up.
Oh, he's going to veto us. This is going to be awkward.
So, with that, all of you head to his room after you're done getting ready for the morning. And you can see that there is a bit of a larger table set up in his the kingly room with enough seats for you 5 and him. As he says,
Please, sit. I figured that we could have breakfast together as we talk about how you all came to your decision. I'm very curious to hear exactly how.
And all of you, you sit down and you have a conversation, and you try and make it as polite and remove some of the vitriol from the previous evening's conversation. And Talon seems to agree that your decision does make the most sense. And he's glad that all of you were able to come to a unified decision, even if there were some disagreements along the way. But as that conversation comes to a close, as all of you finish eating your breakfast, he says,
there is one more thing. While I have been on the mend, thanks to the High Arbiter, the medicines that I am on, they drain me of my energy rather quickly. I know that it is tradition that I am there for the dinner, but I don't want the nobility to see me like this. There are already many that believe that they mistake my kindness for weakness, and I don't want to give them fuel for their fire. I think that from the beginning this has been your festival, so I will be staying here tonight, and I will ensure that the heralds proclaim that I am in full support of your decision, and that I believe that Lord Garrett will make an exceptional sentinel.
Father, but would it not be wise to would affirm the nobles in their, well, security and safety, and in your position for you to be there, at least for an appearance. If you've continued to be absent for so much of the festival, I do worry if people will speak.
They will either speak poorly of me not in support of your decision, or they'll speak poorly of an old king who seems to be fading in vitality and still not has chosen an heir. I believe I know which one I'd rather have people gossip about, as one is a bit less tantalizing than the other. I understand. But if I do go out, it'll just stir more questions about succession and naming an heir, and it will add more uncertainty, and then more of you will have whispers of you should betray your brother or your sister and claim the throne for your own, and I would
You need
just...
rest, Talon. I think it's best that you stay in and sleep.
Thank you. I hear you, Xanthi. I do, but the last thing I want is to cause more unrest. If I am feeling a spark of energy, I will make an appearance. I promise you I'll make the effort. How's that?
More than appreciated.
All right. Well, I will say that there is one other reason why I called all of you here. Well, no, I won't. Is there anything else exciting that happened during the trials in the previous days that I should know about?
Oh, come on, you can't open up like that and then not say it.
Yes,
I mean,
please.
you can, you're the king, but come on. It's just us.
No, I don't know.
Via, give him the look.
Yeah.
Oh.
Keep listening.
Holds. I would pick up Timpani right now, but she's been spicy. Holds up Fiddle too, both big puppy dog eyes.
I perhaps have in my small bits of free time gone to back to a bit of my barding a bit. And I think I have a little something for all of you. Could one of you, in that closet there's an instrument, a small lute?
Merrick will get it, hand it to him.
Yes. Thank you very much. All right. And he sort of strums at it, and you can see there is like this kind of like light that comes off of the lute, where it's definitely this magical lute. It's not just a regular stringed instrument, as there is a fair bit of like I said, magic that emanates from it as he strums it. And
he begins to play, and he plays this kind of raucous, jaunty tale as he begins to sing. Oh, gather round and hear me tell of 5 young heirs who fought so well at Serwyn Keep where bandits lay. The king's hand came to save the day. With sword and spell and heart so bold, they claimed the keep as legends told. The Falkrest heirs, the kingdom's pride, with justice and honor as their guide. Prince Edwin with his healing light, Princess Xanthe fierce in fight, fair Kaelin with her mystic art, Prince Merrick with a marksman's dart, and young Princess Via, wise and true, together faced what they must do. The bandits fell, the keep was won. 5 heirs united, 5 as one. So raise your cups and sing with cheer, for the king's hand we hold most dear. When darkness falls and hope grows thin, the Falkrest heirs will always win. I know.
Oh my gosh!
I know. I could have done a better job with the lyrics, but I'm rusty.
I love them.
You honor us, Father. Thank you.
Oh, you can just say you liked it, my boy.
I did. It was very good.
It's been a very long time since we all have broken bread without fear of hostility or played music together. I don't know if any of you remember it. There was a lullaby that I used to sing to each of you before bed. And I just... All of you are too old for lullabies now. I understand that, but... Oh, I don't know. I'm very proud of all of you, is all.
Thank you, Talon. It means a lot to hear you say that. And your song was nice.
Oh. He kind of like looks to, he'll like look to Octavia. My song was nice. Did you hear that?
I did. Wow.
Thank you very much, Caleb. All right. Well, I think with judging by the time, I think all of you should get going. I'm sure there are many people you need to talk to today before the dinner. Many people that would like to congratulate you, and I think that there is one Sir Garrett who would love to sing your praises all day. I will say after this breakfast I am feeling much better, and I think I'll probably stop by for a quick moment this evening.
Only if you can. You can also rest.
All right. I'll see how I feel. All right, well, get out of here, go. Scammer off. Do whatever you need to do.
And we go.
All right. Cool. So all of you head off. And you head back
Can
out.
Caitlin spend like 5-10 minutes to just kind of... You don't have to roleplay this out. Just show Talon what she was working on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll nod and he'll say that's really good. He'll make a couple of like suggestions based off what he thinks would be best, but it's up to Kaylin and what she thinks would be best. It is her speech, but just based off his experience, those are the changes he would make. Nothing too big, just a couple of small suggestions. Yeah. All right. So, you all head various directions, greet nobility, you receive compliments, and people sing your praises. Garrett is like a lark for all of you, talking about how all of you listened to him, that you did everything in your power to make sure that the contest was fair for all contestants, and that even still there was, someone of Adaria that was able to come out on top, and how thrilled he was. Not talking down the other contestants, but shocked, surprised that he was the one that you all picked, and how thankful he was. Honestly, Garrett is doing you guys better PR than what you've had in the past 3 months just in this one evening. So picking somebody, a Darien born and bred, bred maybe not the best word, born and raised, it does have its payoffs. Although he might be lacking a little bit in extraplanar threats, in terms of the socio-political aspect, Garrett is very obviously thriving, as it's a culture that he's grown up in and he knows very well. So in terms of his ability to blend in with the people and be one with Adaria, going off flawlessly. He slips into that aspect of Rainier perfectly. In terms of the other aspects, well, we'll have to wait and see. But at least right off the get-go, that's kind of how it's looking. Eventually, more time passes, and beep, 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 beep. We have the dinner. So, the large feasting hall is prepared. Probably about 30 tables set up end to end, decorated, stocked with food for the highest nobility and most affluent and influential people of Adaria sitting here. As at the very end of the room, the table that is typically reserved for the king, the queen, and the heirs of House Falkrest instead hosts the heirs of House Falkrest, Sir Garrett Greenmeyer, and Samson. Those are the individuals that sit at the table on the very far end of the room. You can see that sitting in the very front row, in front of all of you, is Victor, Thalia, Bjorn, and Astarius joining the dinner. It seems as though Serafina and Brenna have not joined the dining hall. They have not come. All of you can see there are about 10 Crown Claw Knights in here, as well as there are 10 Adarian Watch just patrolling to make sure that, nothing happens. And there is this sort of peace and relief as all of you take a breath and you enjoy your dinner. You sit next to Garrett Greenmeyer up on this sort of elevated platform, and you talk back and forth, joking back and forth, talking about the trials, and you can see that, like I said, Garrett sort of just slips in. You can share experiences about Adaria that you've had before, and he goes right along with him. He knows exactly what you're talking about. So, is there anything in particular, as all of you sit upon this stage, that you wanted to talk with Sir Garrett about? Or were you just wanting to sort of let the dinner conclude, and then tomorrow morning you'll be back on your way to Crown's Rest to resume council meetings as normal and then prepare for your next leg of the journey?
This will be super brief. Nothing I want to talk about with Garrett. Is Davian in the room?
Make a perception check.
All right. $18. He probably has a 38 stealth modifier.
You can see that he's skulking but he is not trying to like hide, if that makes any sense. He's just sort of sticking to the corner, sticking to the shadows. He's observing, but he's not like stealthing around. You know, he's not in the rafters or anything. He's just sort of like slowly meandering about the tables, very cautiously listening, but he is in the room right now.
Okay.
Somebody broke a glass.
Just
What the hell?
curious.
I know, I heard that. I was like, what the fuck? Stone Cold Steve
So-
Austin.
sorry.
Let's do that.
Garrett and I, we clinked too hard.
No,
He's way stronger than he looks.
sorry.
It's quite all right.
Kaylin is gonna go give Bjorn a hug.
Mhm.
And show him what she was working on.
You mean it?
Yes, I started writing it yesterday. And Talon already approved it. I think now more than ever it is needed. Because how do you fix a problem when it's rotten from the inside out?
I agree. There will be those who disagree. On both sides.
There always has been. I don't care.
Good.
You did a very good job. You should be so proud of yourself.
Thank you. I know. But before the night is over, there is still one I need to speak with.
Kind of furrows her brow. Who?
If you wouldn't mind escorting me up there, I would like to say something to Xanthi, the princess.
Bjorn, I don't think that's a good idea.
It will be brief, I promise.
You see, she hesitates. I don't think that's a good idea. Because in some way, somehow, it'll be my fault. And I will not hear the end of it. And I refused to be on the end of her everything. I refuse.
All I wish
That
to
ends now.
say is that I know that she had concerns about me. And I understand. But I will still be here to help protect you, to help protect them in whatever way I can. Sentinel or no.
He doesn't deserve your words, Bjorn. So I will safeguard them.
She is in pain, Kaylin. I know she
I don't
has,
care.
I know she has hurt you.
She doesn't care. So why should I?
She does.
No. All she knows is hate, Bjorn. And I am tired of making excuses for it.
You see Bjorn kind of looks over to where Xanthi is, currently sitting next to Garrett, as the two of them share light conversation. And, you know, Xanthi's sort of obviously wanting to be, you know, not like showing any emotion at all, but there are these small bits of, you know, happiness and maybe a slight polite laugh at something that Garrett says, and a nod, and you know, being an expressive, normal human being at a dinner table, which I'm sure we can all agree to is something Xanthi would do, right? She's not hopefully sitting there like the Terminator, just scanning the audience for traitors, right, Gemma?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
there you go. You can see Bjorn looks up to her and looks back to Kaylin and says,
She does not only know hate. She has been taught that only hate gets what she wants. One day she will soften, I know. I am just sorry that you, and he sort of grabs your hand, that you feel the most pain from it. It is not fair.
It's fine. I am going to do what I know. Make a difference. And give her no ammunition to use against me. This is a start.
All right. And he'll sort of squeeze your hand. And he'll have nothing more to say if you don't.
Nope.
Okay. All right. So, all of you continue to eat. Kaylin, you return to your seat. Conversation still had, laughing, joking, for many hours into the night. Very early on, a hush falls over the room as the doors open. And moving throughout the room, you can see, escorted by a collection of Crown Claw Knights with Knight Commander Naja Eldrin leading the charge, as King Talon makes an appearance. He waves. You can see he stands up straight. He walks with strength. He smiles and waves, and he looks to all of you, and he sort of puts his hand on his heart, and he'll nod his head towards all of you. You can see many people in their chairs sort of bow their heads as he enters and walks by. And he will sort of walk up the steps to the table, and he will sort of lean over to Garrett, and he'll shake Garrett's hand and say,
Many congratulations, Lord Garrett. I'm very honored to have you as our sentinel. I know that the King's Hand made the right choice based off everything I have seen and read of what you've done. I know that you are someone that my brother would be thrilled to have succeed him in this position. You do me a great honor, my king. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes. He'll sort of look to the rest of you and smile and nod. And you can hear in your head, each one of you, he is a bard, he does have magic, so he's going to use message, and he's going to say,
I'm not going to stay for long. My whole body is aching right now.
But you see he maintains that kingly posture, and he'll turn and he'll smile and wave, and he'll sort of stand off to the side and gesture towards Garrett and say,
Please, one round of applause for our new sentinel, Lord Garrett Greenmine. Once again, I'm sure he's not tired of it yet.
And Garrett will stand and he'll bow and he'll bow and he'll bow as the audience continues to clap. And Talon will sort of nod and smile as Garrett sits, and Talon will say,
There are many duties I need to attend to tonight. Being away from the capital for as long as I have, there is much business that I must deal with. It was very good to see all of you, and please enjoy the hospitality of Skyhaven for as long as you remain here, and know that with House Falkrest, you are safe. I promise you that.
And he will nod, and the Crown Claw Knights will escort him out. Once again, people will bow and bow and bow as he exits, and the dinner continues. Is there anything else anybody wanted to do before the night concludes?
Not I.
No.
No.
I mean, assuming that we're leaving tomorrow morning, as is the plan, I mean, she's not here, but Xanthi will still kind of ask if, like, Seraphina is still around, like, with the guards and all that, like, if she's still being sighted and all that.
Yeah, the guards, when you ask, they tell you that she hasn't been seen on the castle grounds all day.
Is anyone aware she could still be in her chambers?
We had not checked, but there were we'll go check.
And
Thank you.
you can see a couple of guards head off. They return about 30 minutes later. The chambers are empty. No one's there.
Just kind of like look over to where Via is. Just to clarify, was the conversation her or your idea?
You were. I'm so sorry. I was reading something. Were you speaking to Via?
Yeah.
I
If the
legit.
conversation with Seraphina was Via's idea, or if it was Seraphina's idea.
I was
My
going
bad.
over. No, you're good. I was like so in on these notes, and then I was like, oh wait. Okay. Via was reading a book at the table. That's what happened. She'll like blink and look up. My idea. Why?
And was it a conversation that she wanted to have? Because she's,
Well, she didn't seem unwilling.
no, she's not here now. And she has not been seen on the grounds either.
I don't know. I just asked her to be a resource for us, and if, she'd be willing to help, if you were willing to, also talk with her, basically. So, and she said, yeah. Maybe something important came up that she had to get to it.
Perhaps. Thank you for the effort, Octavia.
Always.
And you really shouldn't be reading at an event like this, please.
It's
It's a few hours, Octavia.
But I got to the best part.
And it will be waiting for you later.
I don't know if I can wait. But she'll put the book away.
I mean, then I have nothing tonight.
All right. Nothing else?
My conversation done disappeared.
All right. So the night continues as there is a great deal of food and drink that is devoured by almost everybody. You can see that Garrett is definitely keeping it light. You can see there's already a small part of him that is kind of leaning into that sentinel role. He's watching, he's listening. He's not just enjoying the festivities. He's taking his role seriously. It's not some type of joke or just some superfluous title for him. It's something that is important. So that's exactly what he's doing. And you can see the festival is concluding. Many people seem to be finishing their food, finishing their drinks, and most people even look to be ready to be departing. There is this ringing of laughter that echoes out throughout the chamber. The gentle clink of silverware against fine porcelain, golden candlelight dancing across the assembled nobles' faces as they celebrate this newly chosen sentinel. Wine flows freely, and the evening's earlier tensions between various noble houses gathered here sort of melts away into this warm camaraderie. There are several nobles that all of you have some passing knowledge of, none that have been involved in any big circles, but are there frequently at various events, whether they be at court and Dragon's End, or here attending the Sentinels Festival, rubbing elbows with other more powerful political figures. One of the younger individuals, newer on the scene, but seeming to make some impacts in various political circles, is Lady Prissa Caltris. barely 20, wearing this radiant emerald silk gown. She approaches the sort of railway, and she gives a compliment to Sir Garrett on his victory in the Sentinel Festival. And as she leans forward and gives the compliment, she heads back to her seat. And then the world explodes into chaos. The first scream is what shatters the jovial atmosphere. It's like glass shattering. Across the hall, Lord Gelrin Eldros clutches his throat as crimson seeps between his fingers, his eyes wide with shock and betrayal. Behind him stood his dinner companion, Lady Mariene Rathmere, a conjured dagger of writhing shadow dripping in her manicured hand. More cries erupt throughout the dining hall as three separate blades, trusted allies, turn on their companions with weapons materialized from thin air, blades crackling with energy, daggers of crystallized darkness, arcane implements that hummed with malevolent power. Young Sir Aldrin Brackenwood never saw the enchanted silhouette of Lady Cordelia Umbrin drove between his shoulder blades. Lord Commander Theon Marathis reached for his sword just as Magister Lucius Thrin jammed a spectral blade through his heart. But it was that young Prissa Caltris whose death would haunt the survivors' dreams most. She'd been turning towards the commotion, her wine glass still half raised in a forgotten toast to Sir Garrett, when Valen Rathmere's massive hand seized her by her hair. The brutish second son of House Rathmere, a man whose political irrelevance made him invisible at court functions, now commanded the room's horrified attention. The shadow wreath staggered, and his hand opened her throat in one savage motion. Prissa's emerald gown darkened as she collapsed, her final breath a wet gurgle that somehow carried over the screams and clash of steel. Valen let her fall, rising to his full imposing height as blood dripped from the conjured blade. You can see many of the Crown Claw Knights in Adarian Watch springing into service as soon as all of this happened, but there's this sort of protective, and the Sentinels that the contestants weren't chosen, immediately fighting back against this 20, 30, 40, 50 people in this room of 500 almost, springing to action, even more, springing and conjuring blades of darkness and shadow and magic. As Valen speaks, "Hear me!" His voice booms over the chaos, enchanted by some dark enchantment. There is this, the hall falls to a hush other than the clashing of steel and the groans of the wounded and dying. "The age of pretense is over." Chairs scrape against stone as nobles scrambled away from the sudden, untrustworthy companion. Steel sang as loyal guards drew their weapons, and they begin to fight. But Valen's eyes blaze with this fanatical fervor as he continues, his words carrying the weight of revelation and threat. "The Dragon's Triarchy has returned to reclaim what was stolen. The crown has hidden a truth. 3 eggs! 3 heirs to an ancient power that once ruled these lands, but no longer shall they cower in vaults and pocket dimensions. Even now, they are reclaimed." He raises that bloody blade towards the head of the table, where all of you are frozen. Garrett immediately sprung to action, sword and shield drawn from nowhere. "The rightful heirs of Adaria have awakened, and their servants have reclaimed what belongs to them. The reign of usurpers ends tonight." And as if his words were a signal, more chaos erupts anew. More hidden cultists throughout the halls back their cloaks away, revealing these crimson-trimmed robes beneath. Steel clashes against steel as loyal guards engage the traitors in desperate combat. Through the melee, Sir Zorik Baylor, the same Crown Claw Knight that had been there when Edwin had been discovered, Edwin and Kaelin had been discovered against the Shepherd, he rushes towards all of you with Crown Claw Knights. They throw up tables, vaulting over the overturned tables, his enchanted blade singing through the air as he decapitates a cultist advancing on all of you. You see his weathered face is grim as he lands beside the newly chosen sentinel. He sort of grabs Garrett by the scruff of the armor and says, "Get them out of here, now," pointing towards all of you. He jerks his head towards all of you. "The King's Chambers, now! Knight Commander Nadja and the remaining Crown Claw can protect them much better than here. They're way too exposed. Get them out of here. I'll send 4 Crown Claw Knights and 4 Adarian Watch. They need to get to safety, now!" Another cultist rushed to their position. Zorak Blade immediately meets the attacks in the shower of sparks. "Go!" he shouts, clashing over weapons. "We will hold them here as long as we can." And with that, the great halls of Skyhaven, moments before a scene of celebration and unity, had become this battlefield where brother fought brother, and the shadows of an ancient evil stretched long across the blood-soaked stones. The dragon's triarchy has indeed returned, not as beasts of old, but as something far more insidious, a corruption that turns friend against friend, and threatens to tear the very heart out of the kingdom. With that, Garrett, 4 of the Crown Claw Knights, and 4 members of the Adarian Watch will move towards all of you and begin to push you out towards the back exit, forcing you to leave. The remaining 4 Sentinel contestants stay as they brandish their weapons and they prepare to fight. All of you don't know what happens in that room on that night, and that is something that we'll have to discover next session. But what happens to the heirs? That's something we're going to figure out right now.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go. They all died. Okay. Oh, bummer.
We're in
Is
trouble.
this you're not allowed to get your baggage before you evacuate situation? Like,
Oh, well. People are trying to get off the plane, Gemma.
Well,
listen, I'm saying this because otherwise I'm not gonna have Kaylin's necklace. So.
Yeah, you didn't warn that anyway.
well, if you didn't wear Kaylin's necklace to the event, I'll say that it was requested that all of you definitely do dress so you are matching the Sentinel in your battle-ready gear. I'll be that kind to you in this moment. That way you are sort of
Just
matching.
the way that involves the necklace.
Yeah. Sadly, no necklace.
That's okay.
But as all of you run, in order to get from where you are to the chambers where all of you had stayed at, there's not a very clear path through the interior. The only way to get through there is through the central courtyard where you had crowned your sentinel and where the festival had begun. So, Garrett, the 4 Crown Claw Knights, and I misspoke, 6 Adarian Watch lead you there. And as you breach through the courtyard, your hearts sink, as it seems as though there were people waiting here already for you. Let me... You see a force. What is initially 10 creatures. 6 humanoid individuals wearing various forms of robe or noble attire. People who had been party guests, who had been here the whole time, just attending the festival. Not necessarily nobles in this instance, but wealthy merchants. You see also 2 ambushed drakes sitting at the forefront. And you also You also see, standing there with them, is one of the contestants. You see Serafina Lumanus.
What?
And
You're gonna sell me out.
She was your number one, Felicity.
you also...
It was bamboozled!
Merrick and Edwin, you see off to one of the side corners another one of the contestants. Brenna. In a high-off position.
What?
Crossbow aimed
I was rooting for you, girl.
towards all of you. As the
What a
force...
fucking bitch.
As the forces are seen, you can see the Crown Claw Knights. They pull from their collars these sort of rune-carved whistles. As they blow into them, there's nothing you hear, but you know that those are the calls of the wyverns, the mounts of the Crown Claw Knights. But you can see also that there are two cultists that seem to be leading the others, and you can see the two of them, they sort of slash into their palms, and as they place them together, you can see there is this dark magic that begins to twirl around them, and this like braided cord of barbs and blood emerge and shoot up. And Via, there was something that you heard in one of your visions. The flapping of wings. You remember it. And now you hear it again. And off in the distance, maybe 2 rounds of combat away, the beat of dragon wings
Oh my god!
approaching. As I'm going to go ahead and move all of you to the courtyard. And what I will say is I think that it is in our best interest to end the session here. So in case John dies, it's not our fault, it's his for poor positioning.
But he's not here
Plus,
next week either.
oh, that fucking bastard. All right, well, if he dies, it's not our
I
fault.
was like, that doesn't fix anything.
It's okay because this combat encounter...
Here for the beginning of the session either, so it's just gonna be you 3. Have fun.
You know what? Actually, Gemma, that works out because that way we can just do the combat. Well, wait a minute. John's not playing next week, so we can just play later again next week. And we can do a full session, just we can start 2 hours later.
Okay.
Maybe.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that.
Cooked your goose, didn't I? I just know that this is going to take 2 hours, and it's already 6 hours in, so It's already 2 a.m. for me, because I was thinking we'd end at 2:30, and I don't think we're getting through this in a half an hour, guys.
Calm down. Calm down.
Look in.
Well, we have that to look forward to next week, as obviously you guys have to kill these cultists, but luckily you have 4 Crown Claw Knights, so you will have 4 Wyverns, you have 6 Adarian Watch, and you got 5 level 2s and a Weasel.
Yeah, Samson's on the battle map. What's that?
It's a fucking ferret, bitch.
Listen, Weasel was the only stat they had in the monster manual that correlated with a ferret.
Also, you misspelled his name.
Did I spell it Samson? I spelled it
Yeah, with a P. What?
Samson?
Samson.
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 Sam, that's it.
Sorry. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. Be sure to tune in next week for the actual conclusion of the... That's how I get you. For the actual conclusion of the Sentinel Festival. It's a 2-parter, which also means...
Yes.
You know what? Actually, because the end of next week's session is going to be crazy also, I'm going to retract what I said.
Oh my god.
And no, yes, no, commit. I'm going to do it because I want to.
What's happening?
I don't
What
know.
are we
I'm
even
excited to find
reseeing
out.
The final part of the saga of what happened in
The
Dragon's
cutscene.
End. So, that is where we're gonna end the session after that. This time I promise.
Cray cray.
So.
This is going to be a wild summary to write.
Okay. So, let us return to Dragon's End as we leave the heirs behind, as that individual spoke of what was the dragon's triarchy will be reclaimed. As we return to Dragon's End, specifically the pocket dimension where the eggs are held. It hums with arcane energy as Solara Astralor. She bends over towards the emerald egg, her fingers tracing the luminescent veins that pulse beneath the scaled surface. The conversation had been flowing for hours, a gentle back and forth between researcher and ancient consciousness stirring within. Your nature is unlike anything I've studied, she whispers, her voice carrying both wonder and exhaustion. The way you process emotions, your connection to the sea, it's remarkable. She stops, as it seems as though something was cut off. The egg's mental voice had been warm, curious, almost childlike in its eagerness to understand the world beyond its shell, but now, silence. Hello? Solara reaches out with her mind. But nothing. The connection had felt as natural as breathing moments before, but now it was gone. Her heart began to race. Had she done something wrong? Pushed too hard? The arcane monitoring equipment around the chamber continued its steady rhythm, showing no change in the egg's vital signs, but something terribly, horribly was wrong. Then, cutting through her panic like a blade through silk. Run! Take me and run, please! The voice was different now, urgent, desperate, filled with terror that made Solara's blood turn to ice, and without hesitation she trusted it. She cradled the egg against her chest and bolted for the chamber's exit. The sound hit her first. The clash of steel, the crackle of dark energy, the screams of pain echoing throughout the dimensional corridors. As she burst through the portal back into Dragon's End proper, the scene before her painted itself in nightmarish strokes. 6 figures moved like liquid shadow given form, humanoid shapes wreathed in black fog that crackled with veins of crimson lightning. Their movements were wrong too fluid, as if the very air bent around them. 2 Crown Claw Knights stationed at the vault fought with desperate valor, their enchanted blades carving brilliant arcs through supernatural darkness. Solara ran, ducking through various combatants as their attention was pulled to the Crown Claw Knights. Her soft-soled shoes silent against the stone as she slipped past the melee. Behind her, she heard the sound of blade finding flesh, then another. The knights, although they were fighting back and they were able to destroy a few of those creatures, they were falling. One of the wraiths turned, its void-filled eye sockets fixing on her fleeing form. It abandoned the battle, dissolving into crackling bolts of energy that raced along the walls like living lightning, moving far faster than any mortal could run. The creature materialized 60 feet in front of her, blocking the corridor that led deeper down into the keep. Its form solidified, tall, gaunt, with elongated limbs that ended in claws dripping with shadow. When it smiled, the darkness seemed to eat the light from the torches. Solara stumbled to a halt, clutching the egg tighter. Behind her, she could hear the vault groaning open as the remaining wraiths claimed the keys that were on the fallen knights' bodies. Ahead of her only lay the healing chamber, the most vulnerable people in Dragon's End. Help! Her voice cracked as she screamed, backing towards the chamber doors. Someone! Everyone, please help! The wraith advanced in a predatory slowness. Savoring her terror, its weapon materialized, a blade of pure shadow that seemed to cut a hole in reality itself. The sick and dying in the healing chamber stirred weakly at her cries, but what could they do? Most could barely lift their heads, let alone defend themselves or her. The creature raised its blade, that terrible smile widening as it prepared to strike. But then, a bronze blur slammed into the wraith with the force of a thunderbolt. The impact sent both figures crashing to the ground in a tangle of scales and shadow. Rainier Falkrest, his bronze, dragonborn features gaunt from his long recovery, wrestled with inhuman strength born of desperation. His mechanical heart whirled and clicked as arcane energy coursed through his damaged frame. The wraith's blade flew from its grasp, clattering across the stone. Rainier caught it with reflexes honed by decades of battle, driving the shadow-forged weapon deep into the creature's chest. The wraith let out a sound like the tearing of reality before dissolving into wisps of acrid smoke. Rainier! Solara gasped, but her relief was short-lived. 3 more wraiths emerged from the vault behind them, 2 clutching eggs of obsidian, black and ruby red. Their stolen prizes pulsed with malevolent energy, and the air around them seemed to writhe with some barely contained malice. Even weakened by his ordeal, Rainier read the tactical situation in an instant. Too many enemies, too little strength, and innocent lives scattered throughout the chambers behind them. His bronze scales caught the torchlight as he straightened, decision crystallizing in his mind. The mechanical components in his chest hummed with building energy. "Cover your ears and run," he commanded, voice slurred. But his voice still carried authority, that of a man who had stared down dragons before. Rainier's throat began to glow with electric blue light. The wraiths realized the intent and rushed forward, but they were too late. Lightning erupted from his maw, not the controlled breath of a casual display, but this raw, devastating fury of a storm-given form. The bolt struck not the enemies in front of him, as it wouldn't be enough to destroy them, but the ceiling above him, with enough force to shatter stone and bend steel. The corridor groaned, dust and debris rained down as ancient structural supports crackled and buckled. The wraiths shrieked in frustration as tons and tons of stone began to fall between them and their quarry. Through the rumbling chaos of the collapse, Rainier swept Solara and the emerald egg into his arm, his powerful legs carrying them towards emergency passages even as the very keep shook around them. Behind them, past the wreckage, the vault's entrance disappeared beneath the avalanche of rubble, sealing away the wraiths and their stolen prizes, but giving the wraiths the opportunity to escape. For now. As they reached safety, Solara looked back towards the destruction, then up to her savior. Even battered and scarred with that mechanical whirl of his artificial heart, Rainier stood as he always had, this bulwark against the darkness, a light no shadow could fully extinguish. The emerald egg pulsed once again against her chest. She could swear she felt a note of gratitude emanating from within. The night was far from over, but they were alive, and one egg was still in the possession of Adaria. And Rainier Falkrest, although weak, battered, and not his true self yet, had awakened. And with that, I promise, is where we're going to end tonight's session. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed.
Yeah.
I know I did. We'll see you next week for the actual end of the Sentinels Festival. And I promise you, it can't get any more crazy than that. I'm just kidding, it will. Okay. All right. Bye.
I mean, technically the festival's over.
Yeah, the festival is over, and now it's just the aftermath. All right, bye.